Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we are going to continue and finish our reading of Unseen Forces by Manly P. Hall. So let's begin and continue. You're having a fantastic day as usual. I certainly am. Sure, why not? Why the F not? Oh, almost forgot. Peace and greetings to everybody. Welcome. Chapter 4 is where we begin. It's where we left off. All right. Very close here. How's the audio? Is the microphone coming through fine this time, or we still got issues? I think we're good. Steve, peace. DJ Kroll, peace. Phoenix Lopet, good to see you. Gerald Songbright, peace, my man. Midnight Mina, peace. Cybernet building, peace. Anna Molly, always good to see you. Richard Tracy, what's up, my guy? Peace. WT, peace and blessings, my friend. Away, peace. Sadi Ejects, peace, brother. Alicia M, peace, good to see you. Black Sun, peace. Mystical Koala, peace. Mo B, peace and love to you. Sunshine Chick, always great to see you. Peace. So I think we're ready to go ahead and dive in. What do you guys think? And by the way, I want to let you know that I'm super excited. I've been working on a book for the past, I don't know how long. Anyways, I'm releasing it tomorrow. So make sure that you grab a copy of it. I will release it tomorrow, announce it on this channel, let you know all about it. You can get it then. Just giving you a heads up. And since I'm excited about it, I'm probably going to mention it about 3 to 8 more times during this live stream, so please don't get annoyed. Check it out. Tell me what you think. It's going to be my first book. And if you find any typos or errors, if you have any suggestions, or if it helped you out a lot, let me know, because I appreciate your feedback, and that's what helps me to make better stuff. All right, so it'll be released tomorrow. Be on the lookout for that. And yeah, let's get started with this book reading. Don't stop. Chapter 4. Ghosts and Specters. So also just keep in mind, a week ago when we did this, there was a lot of information about elementals and how they function on the different planes and how that relates to human consciousness. Hopefully, that added a little bit of clarity to how you cognize this world of spirits and how they interact with nature and humans and consciousness. And hopefully it takes it out of the realm of Hollywood and make believe and closer to the realm of, oh, I get it, this makes sense, now I understand how this relates to me. If not, then hopefully these last chapters will add more clarity to your understanding. Straight Panther, peace, 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 love. MC Maestro, peace to you. Alright, let's get started. So, chapter 4, Ghosts and Specters. Besides the living inhabitants of the elements, there's another class of elementals commonly called shades, ghosts, specters. We now group under a single heading as ghosts, with decarnated spirits and the shells which float lifeless in the essences of the superphysical planes. This is incorrect, for in truth, the word ghost, taken from the word gust, means a passing shadow or the reflection cast by the light upon the surrounding darkness. A passing shadow cast upon the surrounding darkness. A passing shadow or the reflection cast by the light upon the surrounding darkness. Jehovah, the god of form, like the Shiva of India, the third aspect of the Trimurti, and Osiris, the third aspect of the Egyptian Trinity, is represented as the Lord of Shades, or the shadows of the underworld. So keep that in mind. Notice how across cultures you find this trinity, this three-part Godhead. Now, there's no such thing as this war between Shiva and Jehovah. They're literally the same entity. They're literally the same entity. They're all part of their respective trinity. About gods, we're not talking about people in the sky or some other dimension sitting around waiting on you to call upon them. We're talking about forces of nature and how we interpret them in our daily lives. So just because one culture calls it this and another culture calls it that doesn't mean that it's a different entity. The fact that all cultures have this trinity should mean that every human being has this as part of their basic programming. Make sense? Straight Panther says, turn your mic up a bit. Sounds like you're far away. You know what? I think I understand what the issue is. I swear. Every single time. It's always something new. Always something new. We'll just use the phone microphone until this microphone catches up. Yeah, I understand what it was. The microphone input was not on the one that it was supposed to be. All good. All right, so like I was saying, the fact that there is a trinity of Godhead in every culture means that this is something that is built in to the human psyche. So as we continue, what he said here was that Jehovah was the same as Shiva, the same as Osiris, right? And these represent the Lord of the Shades, or the shadows of the underworld. In reality, all bodies are ghosts because they are phantoms of the real. That which is a shadow of the eternal is called a ghost or a specter, and it has no reality save through the reflection of life upon substance. It's a gem right there. Why is it a gem? Because that points to the nature of this illusion that we call ourselves alive in. The Kabbalion talks about all things move and live and have their being within the all. That's just another way of saying this. That which is a shadow of the eternal is called a ghost or a scepter, and it has no reality save through the reflection of life upon substance. The reflect life upon substance. That's a nod towards how in Samkhya we talk about it's consciousness that animates matter, that it's the soul that propels nature into existence. People who don't have a spiritual understanding have an empirical understanding. That means they have an understanding based only on their five senses, and that's it. And if you have an understanding of the world based on only your five senses and that's it, you have no choice but to believe that life started in nature, it started in matter, and that consciousness and the soul is a result of what happened within matter. And see, this is why natural science is naturally limited, because they're going in the wrong direction. They're looking into, or at least that's what they promote to y'all, they're looking into matter as the source of consciousness, and you'll never find that, because it's consciousness that caused matter to exist in the first place. Matter doesn't exist if there's nothing conscious of it, if there's nothing aware of it. The same way that Prakriti, the matrix, Mother Nature, does not exist outside of Purusha's acknowledgement or Purusha's awareness. So again, we're all ghosts, we're all shades, like what he said there, because all of us are a reflection of what the actual life is. And you only find that actual life if you're able to raise your awareness, if you're able to raise your consciousness past the level of, number one, the five senses, and number two, Doth, or Om, or that barrier that separates the eternal from the incarnated. If you're familiar with the diagram of the tree of life, you'll know that there's a barrier that separates manifestation from the unmanifest. If you're not able to have some kind of realization of that level, then you have no realization of anything but the matrix, the illusion, the program. Okay, so it looks like my mic is working now. Mic check 1, 2. This should be a whole lot better. Let me know. Gerald Sombright says matter as the source of consciousness is crazy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, it's tragic that so many resources are invested in a search that is inherently not going to go anywhere. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, let's continue because we're only on the first paragraph. Over graveyards at night, there hang globes of phosphorescent light and wavy draperies of phosphorus. For the human body, when disintegrating, creates a luminous mist. The ancient peoples called this luminous mist a shadow or a shade. It was also said that the shades of men walked the byways of their past. Ooh. Let me read that again, because that's something very interesting to think about. It was also said that the shades of men walked the byways of their past, like Hamlet's ghost on the castle battlement. Generally speaking, we may divide the ghosts who walk in the night into two general classes. All right, so we're going to get to those two classes. But what he just said here is that when people die, your life force, your prana, the stuff that animates your flesh begins to leave the matter. It begins to leave the body, and it can be observed as a mist or luminous globes. And what he just described here was that it is said that these mists or these globes or this prana or this life force literally walks through its past over and over and over again, which would explain why a lot of these TV shows and a lot of these myths talk about how ghosts haunt the same areas that they used to live in, or the same areas where a tragic event occurred. it would make sense that this energy just follows and echoes across where the body has gone, right? If you got a person that's a hermit, like myself, that only lives in a very small area for many days, months, weeks, and years, and they're exerting a lot of emotional energy, there's definitely going to be an echo of that individual's presence in that space. Just something to keep in mind. I like this chapter already. Okay, MC Maestro said somebody would make a zombie magic book quick. You're giving me ideas. But I know that you have read lots of Michael W. Ford, so I wonder if there's going to be something in here that might reflect upon some of the stuff that he's talked about. Let's find out. Zombie magic. Yeah. All right. So there's two classes that we divide ghosts into. Let's figure it out. First, there are the disintegrating bodies of decarnated intelligences. The disintegrating bodies of decarnated intelligences. Man dies not once in nature, but many times. Yikes. Yikes, but true. Man dies not once in nature, but many times. I'm going to highlight that because that's a pretty cool line, if you ask me. Man dies not once, but many times. He sloughs off not only a physical vehicle, but later also an etheric body, an astral body, and lastly a mental body. Remember, we talked about this previously, and if you've taken any of my classes or watched my videos for more than 2 days, we've talked about this. You got the physical body, which relates to the earth element, the etheric body, which relates to the water element, the astral body, which relates to the fire element, and the mental body, which relates to the air element. All this stuff lines up together. Nothing is left out, nothing is separate. So like he says here, a man doesn't die one time, each one of those bodies disintegrate, unless of course you reincarnate. So he sloughs off not only a physical vehicle, but also an etheric body, an astral body, and lastly a mental body. These are cast off, the densest first, like the layers of an onion. When cast off from the spiritual monad, each of these shells floats in its own essence of being for a considerable time before entirely disintegrating. Sheesh. Because the subtle essences of nature preserve for many ages the bodies of which they are composed in the same way that alcohol preserves flesh. The subtle essences of nature preserve these bodies the same way that alcohol or formaldehyde preserves flesh. The essences of nature are filled with slowly decomposing bodies which were cast off after their experiences had been incorporated into the spiritual organism of man. The essences of nature are filled with slowly decomposing bodies which are cast off after their experiences had been incorporated into the spiritual organism of man. Recall from the last chapter, or the last 2 chapters, where he talked about the etheric plane is filled and populated with these shells and these shades that are often worn by larvae or other elementals seeking to interact with mankind. So picture that. You got people who are always like, oh, I just talked to this god and that god. I don't want to drop no names because I know I'm going to hurt feelings. But, you know, people say, oh, I talked to this god, I talked to that god. And it may be true, but there's also a high probability that it's not true. And what you're actually interacting with is a larva, an egregore, or even a group of elementals that are wearing your perception of this deity and interacting with you. Now, that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Sometimes it's a beneficial thing. You can still get results with elementals. Matter of fact, you always get results with elementals. But don't be confused and think that you're dealing with something that you're actually not dealing with. One of the best ways to know that you're dealing with the correct with the correspondences of that entity. That's why we study symbols in the occult. That's why we study the elements and the planets and things like that. Because how else are you going to know who you're dealing with? Because all of us come from this world of empirical evidence and we only know the world of the 5 senses, we have a tough time trying to understand the spiritual world. So when we deal with spiritual things, we try to also judge it based off the stuff that we see, stuff that we hear, and just how our opinions and beliefs feel about it. But that's incorrect. Because the spiritual plane, the realm of the subjective, operates differently than the realm of the objective. It's called the objective realm because you're dealing with your objective senses, right? In this place right here, you're dealing with the five senses. That's how we navigate. But when you deal with the spiritual plane, there's not a physical body, right? So we're literally working blind when you first enter the spiritual plane. I was talking with somebody earlier, and he was just telling me about how he feels like he's really advancing and evolving because he's getting to the point in his meditations where he's not seeing anything, where he's having to rely on the sense of intuition and these feelings. And I'm like, he kept describing a lot more than that. And I had to say, like, I'm not gassing you up, but that's actually an advanced perspective. See, I talk to people all the time that are like, oh, Trav, I had this wild vision, and I saw this when I meditated, and I felt this vibration in my body, and I heard these sounds, and all that stuff is cool. But that's low-tier meditation stuff. It's cool, keep doing it, go past it. But it's low-tier meditation stuff. Because if you don't get past the realm of empirical evidence, you're still dealing down here. See, this is the world of form. You got the world of form and the world of force. In the world of force, you're not dealing with the five senses. Oh, great. Somebody just said my mic is low. I see now that the microphone changed. I swear, man. Too much energy, man. Too much energy. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Whoops. Yeah, that reminds me. I was telling my brother, because you know how, say for example, the guy who created Cash App was randomly stabbed and killed. And then you have, like, on the other hand, the government is releasing their own version of this type of money thing, right? And he's asking me, Trav, what do you think about this? And I'm like, well, a millionaire tech person doesn't just get randomly stabbed on the street. But I'm not one that jumps to conspiracy theories first and foremost. I've been through that phase almost 20 years ago. What I do understand now about nature is that this is a system of checks and balances. This is a system of things that have to make sense. In a balanced ecosystem, if you introduce something that doesn't fit or mesh with the rest of the compartments of the ecosystem, balance has to happen. And sometimes that balance means removing that influence. So in other words, if a certain individual begins to change the ecosystem too much, nature herself will remove that individual. Prakriti herself will remove that individual. It's not always the government killing folks. It's not always, oh, we got to protect so-and-so because they're telling the truth about water-powered cars and da-da-da-da. No, like, get out of that paranoid state. It makes more sense. It's useful and appropriate to understand that it's a balanced ecosystem. It's not a couple of dudes in the suits killing everybody. Hold on. It's about damn time. How's the volume? Is that music too loud? Let me know. And the same people I told hit my DMs up. Right, man. Right, and right. With these spicy... People get swept along with these spicy narratives, right? And again, that just goes to show the type of person that you're dealing with. Like, people want to hear that spicy news. Like, they want something to be excited about, something to be afraid of. But in truth, like I said, it's a balanced ecosystem. But in any case, how did we get to that? Where were we before that? Oh yeah, I said that to say because it's not the Illuminati cutting my mic out and giving me tech. But anyways, when you do advance on the path of doing spiritual work, what starts to happen is you break into a realm that is difficult to interpret with your five senses. right? You start meditating and you start experiencing things that aren't easy to translate into everyday sensory language. And these experiences seem to hit because they hit you on a place that is above and beyond the five senses. So again, to wrap all that up, many people are dealing with entities that are actually shades being and masks and shells and egregores being worn by elementals and other types of larvae. And really the only way to tell and distinguish what you're working with, the real from the fake, is by having a developed sense of intuition, right? That and or understanding the correspondences of what you're working with. The elemental correspondences, the planetary correspondences, etc., etc. That's why study is so important. That's why practice is so important. Study gets you the correspondences, practice gets you the intuition. All right, wrapped all that up. Society Eject says, LOL, the CIA the CIA is cutting my microphone down, right? The whole CIA. Like, that's what they're doing with all their technology, with all that budget. They're tuned into my cutting the mic off, not killing the stream, right? Not cutting my internet off. Okay, Richard Tracy says, yes, how do you quantify the non-tangible senses when the primary measurement tools and techniques aren't designed to produce the appropriate data? That's the thing. It's extremely difficult to do that, right? To quantify the unquantifiable. And this is the point where it becomes a personal journey, right? This is the point where it's difficult to teach somebody. There's certain things that can't be taught. They have to be experienced. And having actual spiritual skill is one of those things. Now, when they say real recognize real, proof is in the pudding, you'll know by the fruits. What happens is, if you have those developed, you'll be able to prove it in theory. You'll be able to prove it based off of other results, like having knowledge that you had no other way to get, right? Or we call that psychic ability. But in any case, let's continue here, because there's more good stuff. Alright, so yeah, the essences of nature are filled with slowly decomposing bodies, which were cast off after their experiences had been incorporated into the spiritual organisms. Cool beans. And I'm not going to forget about the zombie magic grimoire. In these essences of nature, there also dwell creatures who take upon themselves these slowly dissolving bodies as a player dons a masquerade costume or wears a mask. These masqueraders are usually the elementals of the ether. The ghosts seen are usual etheric bodies from which the spiritual consciousness has fled, and they either drift past the vision of man like a derelict floating on the sea, partly animated by the subtle substances of the ethers, or they have been vitalized, sometimes humanized, by an intelligence from one of the subtle planes. Goodness gracious. So yeah, he just said it right there. He said it right there. There also dwells creatures who take upon themselves these slowly dissolving bodies as a player dons a masquerade costume or wears a mask. So please be aware. That's why the Bible has the verse that says, test the spirit by the spirit, right? And there's also cases in the Bible where there are different spirits who portrayed themselves as someone else, as imitated someone else. And Christ knew who it was off rip. Because Christ knows his correspondences, and he's also put in his practice. You feel me? L. Dixon, peace. King Prophet, peace, brother. Framestar Films, peace, my bro. Good to see you. Let's continue. So the main warning here is, no matter what spirit you're working with, if it's important to you, make sure you're working with the right spirit. Find a way to test it based on the correspondences that you already studied, and also exercise your clairvoyance, etheric skills, whatever you got going on. Just because you have a dream or a vision of some spirit doesn't automatically mean it was that spirit. Especially if you have no verification system. People say, the vision I saw was not a floating corpse. It moved, it raised its hands, and it looked at me. They do not realize that this drifting, moving mass of etheric protoplasm is floating upon the surface and in the midst of the sea of ether. If one could walk upon the ocean bottom and see the great waving branches of seaweed dimly outlined in the pale green light, they would see a lifeless substance, incapable in itself of locomotion or animation, beyond the vital principle of propagation. Lance Benefield, peace. This substance sways and moves, twists and turns as though alive. Long streams of seaweed, resembling the body of a boa constrictor, wave long, sinuous branches in the same way that the ghost of the night points its finger or directs its glassy eye toward the victim of the vision. The victim of the vision. You're a victim of the vision. The movement is not initiated, however, within the thing which we see moving, but is the result of the movement of external forces. All right, you get what he's saying here? Most of these ghosts and these type of things that we see are not moving of their own accord. He's comparing this to seaweed at the bottom of the ocean, right? It's the water and the current that's making the seaweed go to and fro. Likewise, many of these ghosts, many of these specters and shades are being animated by other forces. Now see, this adds clarity. So it's not simply that you believe that you had a vision of, the God Ronald McDonald. It's not simply that you believe you had a vision. It's not simply that a couple of mischievous elementals put on a mask and are spooking you. It's not just that. There are currents of energy at play all the time. That's what astrology is about. Astrology is an interpretation of the continual flow of the unconscious mind. The continual flow of the collective unconscious mind. That's what astrology is. So these are different streams and ingredients in the cosmic soup that are constantly swirling and turning. And just like in the ocean, there are things that get caught in those waves. Now, if the etheric plane and the astral plane are filled with the uninhabited corpses of people who used to be alive and things that used to be alive, you better believe all that stuff is swirling around in the etheric plane, right? That's why even a schizophrenic person or somebody who doesn't have a solid mental constitution, or even people who see things, right? That's why anybody can see spirits. That's why anybody can have a spiritual experience. That's not the special thing. The special thing is not seeing a demon. The special thing is not seeing a ghost or a spirit or the Galactic Federation. That's not special. What's special is being able to control that experience and to get an intended outcome, right? Anybody can see a vision. What's important is, can you have a two-way conversation? What's important is, can you have an intention and get a result back? That's important, right? It's not impressive that you saw something. It's impressive that you had an interaction and made it work in your benefit. That's magic. I hope we're clear on that.
victim of a vision. I love it. MC Maestro says, been using the inner light system to test. Are you tasting religions and denominations? 1.2 billion people are caught in a type of ghost religion. Oh my gosh. Absolutely. And again, that's part of the ecosystem. Spirits got to eat too. It is what it is. And now here come even more people hitting on my inbox talking about, Trav, we need to fight back the powers that be. No, we don't. You can take upon the mantle and do that your damn self. I got more important things to do. We got to take down the system. We got to fight the religion, this, that, and no, buddy, no. You just found out about this stuff 2 weeks ago. And you haven't been watching my videos because you'd have known better than come to me with some shit like that, man. God bless you, but that's not the way to do it. All right, let's keep going. Only those who have been conscious on the lower planes of the ethereal worlds can understand what it means to see these floating shells, drifting, ever fainter until many years later, sometimes centuries. A strange face, so faint as hardly to be visible, makes the final disintegration of the ethereal specter. The etheric plane is really part of the physical world. I'm going to highlight this for you. Just in case you didn't know this, this is something to remember as well. The etheric plane is really a part of the physical world. And I want you to understand the relationship between your imagination and the results of your imagination. Beautiful. Okay. The etheric plane is really part of the physical world. It is tied to the physical globe because in reality, it is the mold into which the dense body is cast, just as the physical anatomy of man is really molded into the etheric double. The etheric body is purely a physical substance, but far more attenuated than the solids, liquids, and gases that we see. One more time. The etheric body is purely a physical substance, but far more attenuated than the solids, liquids, and gases which we see. So think about that. You got solid, liquid, and gas, and then you have a even more subtle substance, right? So the etheric plane is right here. It's part of the physical plane, right? The astral plane is a different quality of existence, but the etheric plane, it's almost a substance even more fine than gas and air. And according to Master Occultist here, it's part of the physical world. I'm going to highlight that. Because that would be good to go back and think about when you flip this book open and you're glancing through it again. Just to kind of remember what you read. This would be something good to reflect upon. Richard Tracy says, where does the state of plasma fall? Etheric also. I would say that, yes, that's where this, I think that might be close to what he's hinting towards. But from what I understand about the etheric plane is that it's even more subtle than the solid, liquid, and gas, to the point that distance doesn't matter. It's even more subtle than solid, liquid, gas, to the point that even time doesn't really have as much of an effect on the ether as it does with solid, liquid, and gas. It seems that time doesn't have much of an effect on fire either. That's a different story. All right. How many people actually have this book and are reading along? That's what I want to know. How many people already read ahead and know what to expect? I know Society Ejects did. He was telling me that there's some deep gems in this chapter, as we are seeing here. Good stuff, good stuff. Richard Tracy says read ahead. Straight Panther says me. Yes, yes. I like this book. And Society Ejects also recommended that we go into one of these next. Might not be a bad idea, although these are a bit heavy. I'll have to see about the copyright on these, but the Etheric Double might be really good to go into. Might be a good one to go into. We'll see. Maybe somebody can check and see if it's still what's the word? I don't know. Fair use, something like that. Yeah. Cool, cool. Timon, peace, peace. Mihai Kanu says, grow your beard again, my man. That shit was fire. It's the second time I heard that today. You worried about the wrong thing. Alora, peace. Good to see you. Lance Benfield says, I had a dream that I died, and after I died, I was in a movie theater by myself, and what came on the screen was a movie about plasma. Interesting. Richard Tracy, the Etheric Double is not by Manly P. Hall. It's by A.E. Powell. A.E. Powell wrote that book. I am that I am. Peace to you. I don't know if I got to you yet. A.E. Powell. Alright, let's keep going. Worry about the wrong thing. The wrong thing. By the way, my first book is coming out tomorrow. Come back to this YouTube channel tomorrow. Get your copy. Let me know what you think about it. If there's more that I could have said, if I could have said something differently, if you enjoy it and the book is perfect, either way, give me some feedback. Let me know. This is my first entry into this world of writing, so I would love for you to let me know how I did. All right, that's tomorrow. Check it out. I've also got some other things coming along tomorrow, but we'll see when we get there, right? Garrett Patterson, peace, bro. Alora says, congrats. Hook us up. Where can we buy it? It will be on my website, and I will provide a direct link on the video that I will put out tomorrow. So I'll do a video, I'll put the direct link there, and that's where it will be. For sure, for sure. Thank you so much. MC Maestro says, don't let it be cap and had used Chat GPT. No, I did not use any type of AI. No, didn't do that. All natural. That's why it took so damn long. But I don't think the next one will take that long. Not at all. Alright, let's get back to this. The etheric body is purely a physical substance, but far more attenuated than the solids, liquids, and gases which we see. It is more or less tied to the physical body, sometimes disintegrating with it, but usually remaining differentiated from the substance of the astral world, right? So remember, the etheric plane is in between the physical plane and the astral plane, right? So what he said here is sometimes the etheric body dissolves with the physical body, but most of the time the etheric body remains in the etheric plane, separated from the astral plane. He says that sometimes it disintegrates with it, but usually it remains differentiated from the substance of the astral world. The etheric body hovers over or near the grave where the body has been placed, and sometimes leads to an earth-bound condition. To prevent this possibility, the ancient occultists cremated the physical body. When this is done, nothing remains to tie the higher intelligence to matter, the body having been entirely reduced to basic inorganic substance. So I can definitely see like the average person who doesn't have very much of a spiritual sense about them wouldn't know what to do with their etheric body. So I could see them hanging out near their physical body indefinitely. It makes total sense. Phoebe Butler says, this book is next level to say the least. Thank you for lighting the way. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, and see, this is interesting. If you guys remember, like before digital cameras and before cell phones, we used to see those orbs in like film pictures taken all the time. You don't see them so much anymore, but like I remember distinctly, it was a common thing to see those little orbs in like all kind of, especially taken out in nature or taken in a place where like people are smiling and happy and stuff like that. I remember. You don't really see those much with digital cameras. Greetings, Atropa. Atropa says, hey Travis, this is a good book so far. Good. Glad you like it. Good book. Yeah, Manly P. Hall, like he definitely knows his stuff. I certainly enjoy his writing. Alright, now I'm not going to claim that I know what those things are, but what I will say for a fact is you don't see them on digital cameras very much anymore. Richard Tracy says those orbs would show up at musical events also. Yeah, I noticed them whenever there was a situation where like you got people laughing and having fun. Mostly I saw them out in pictures in nature and things like that. And then like what you just said at like music events, things of that nature. Very interesting. All right, let's continue. All right. The first dawning of etheric vision, which is really nothing more than an extension of physical sight, are not clairvoyance, as some imagine. The first dawning of etheric vision, which is really nothing more than an extension of physical sight and not clairvoyance, as some imagine, brings man into the world of specters, the borderland between the physical and true superphysical worlds. Okay, this is good. So, as I mentioned before, mostly in my class about the etheric plane has a lot to do with what you call your imagination, right? Now, there's a difference from daydreaming and constructive visualization. This is not simply just make-believe. This is a direct access point to the etheric plane. Now, what he's saying here is that etheric vision, it's an extension of physical sight, right? And I made the distinction earlier about how you got the five senses, the empirical five senses, and then you've got something different, which is the spiritual senses. Well, check this out. When you visualize, when you close your eyes and you try to see something, what's it based on? It's based on your memory, and it's based on things that you've seen before. Look at what he says right here. The first dawning of etheric vision, which is really nothing more than an extension of physical sight and not clairvoyance, brings man into the world of specters, the borderland between the physical and true superphysical worlds. This is what I've been saying for a good minute now, right? Before, I didn't put much stock on imagination being anything magical. I thought that it was literally me just thinking about anime and girls and stuff like that. But in truth, when we talk about the imagination, this is the borderland between the physical plane and the actual spiritual plane, right? Now, it's not clairvoyance, but it's how you break into clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is actually going past the physical senses, right? Whoo! It gets deeper. Let me know if that was let me know if that's clear. Let me know if that's something that you can really picture. Like, what I'm saying here is the etheric plane, which is also the realm of the imagination. It's a world that is it's intricately attached to the physical plane, for sure. But it's not clairvoyance, not yet. But we use it to get to clairvoyance. Because the etheric plane and the imagination, all that is based off of what we've gathered with the five senses, right? It's very, very difficult to imagine something that you've never seen before, smelled before, tasted. Matter of fact, I'm willing to wager it's impossible to imagine something that you don't have any memory of. But it is possible to download from higher planes data that doesn't exist in the physical, or data that you don't have personal access to in the physical. Let me know if that makes sense. Because also, just like what Framestar Film said right here, Framestar Film said patterns. Those planes beyond the five senses are composed of patterns. They're composed of relationships and relationships of patterns, right? The realm of the immortals is not a realm of a bunch of people dressed in armor. The realm of the immortals are patterns that will never die, patterns that cannot die, patterns that your life is based upon. That's why Hakma, right, the sphere right next to Kether, is symbolized by the zodiac. Those are 12 distinct patterns, or if you want to go with the nakshatras, those are 28. These are distinct patterns that nobody created. Nobody sat down and said, oh, a Gemini is like this, a Taurus is like this, an Aries is like this, a Pisces is like nobody sat down and said that. This was observed over countless millennia. This was observed. That's why every culture has the same 12 zodiac, with some slight differences. These are observed patterns. That's why they look in the sky and they'll see the same animals or the same shapes. Observed patterns. Now, as we get closer to today, of course, ego and Western civilization put a bit of a mundane spin on things. But the realm of the immortals are these patterns that we have no choice but to observe. You dig? Damn! Another hero wannabe. Now he sleeps with his friends in the mortuary. Another hero wannabe. Now he sleeps with his friends in the mortuary. And we're back. All right. Atropa says dig. Excellent. All right, let's keep going. So one more time, and please, I really hope that you get this sentence, because this right here is the key to magic. If you took my first course, the Internet Activation System, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Remember the metaphor that I made about building a spaceship to the moon, but not looking at the moon, looking down at the reflection in the water? That's exactly what I'm talking about here. The first dawning of the etheric vision, which is really nothing more than an extension of physical sight, and not clairvoyance as some imagine, brings man into the world of specters, the borderland between the physical and true superphysical worlds. Superphysical means what? Beyond the physical. This is exactly what I'm talking about here. Check it now. This is not just entertainment. This is science. Science that you can test for yourself. Here he sees these forms in flowing draperies, formed out of the fine atoms of this world, seething and twisting, Dantesque fashion. What is Dantesque? I've never heard that before. That's a new word for me. In endless clouds. Here he sees these forms in flowing draperies, formed out of the fine atoms of this world, seething and twisting Dantesque fashion in endless clouds. Millions of them stretch as far as the eye can reach, floating in groups or wavy lines in the sea of ether in which they are preserved. In the endless march of time, they are slowly reduced. However, the atoms returning to the etheric world in the same manner that physical atoms finally return to dust. Whoa. Asche, zu Asche, und Staub, du Staub. And as the physical atoms are incorporated again into ever-changing bodies, and as that which was once in the body of man may next appear in the organism of plant or animal, so the ether, which once was attracted by the centers of etheric consciousness to build a body, when dispelled by time, finally gathers itself into new forms. Oh, that's a sweet line. That's a sweet line. And it should be sobering and humbling as well, right? Think about the water on this planet and how there's a finite amount of it. And that the water that you sip on in your bottle and the water that you release into the toilet has been everywhere and has been a part of everything at some point in time. And if water is truly finite and doesn't ever leave this ecosystem, then water itself defies time. Water itself defies time. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to wager all the elements defy time. All the elements defy time. I can see that for fire for sure, because when you light a match, it's the same damn flame. I swear it's the same flame. Or when you strike a lighter. But if water is finite and it doesn't ever leave this ecosystem, even if it's frozen, if you think about it, over billions and billions of years, if it's the same water. Same thing with matter. And just like what he said here, he said, as the physical atoms are incorporated again into ever-changing bodies, and as that which was once in the body of a man may next appear in the organism of a plant or an animal, right? That same way that every piece of matter has been a part of something else at some other point in time, even down to you dying and disintegrating into the ground, and then plants use that to make new things, and then something comes and eats those plants, and then something else comes and eats those plants. This is an endless cycle of matter changing form over and over and over and over again. I love it. He also says that, so the ether, which once was attracted by the centers of etheric consciousness to build a body, when dispelled by time, finally gathers itself into new forms. So he also dropped a secret gem in there. It's not like bodies just randomly form. Look at how he threw in there, attracted by the centers of etheric consciousness. At the center of all form is consciousness. At the center of everything is consciousness, right? It's mentally and spiritually immature to look for consciousness in matter. Consciousness didn't come out of matter. Matter came out of consciousness. So notice how he says that these centers of consciousness attract etheric matter to it to create an etheric body, which in turns attracts elemental matter to it, which then creates a physical form. So things start high and then they slowly manifest low. This person here started as consciousness, gathered mental matter, gathered astral matter, then it gathered etheric matter, and then finally gathered physical matter in my mother's womb, right? And then it continued to gather physical matter to create what you see before you. The same thing with you. Now what that means is that when this physical body is finished, that etheric body that gathered the physical body is still there. And once it is finished, the astral aspect of that consciousness is still, like, that's what I'm saying. It's not, oh, when I die, I wonder what happens. Oh, when I die, do I go to heaven? Like, it's deeper than that. That, you got to understand that the understanding that we have of the afterlife has been given to us by people who absolutely don't know what they're talking about. Those same people who told you about God and the afterlife and how the spiritual plane works, would you look at them now and ask them anything for your benefit of understanding? Absolutely not. So that alone should tell you it's time to really restructure how you see reality. Because the people that gave you the information didn't know what the hell they were talking about. And it's okay. You don't have to get mad at them or blame them. They just didn't know. But they also, as most people have this tendency to do, they can't sit here and say, I don't know. They can't say, I don't know. Nobody can sit down and say, oh, I don't know. That's hard for a lot of people. I could say that. If it's something I don't know, hell, I don't know. Because I don't want to give you a wrong answer. I'd rather tell you I don't know. Let's Google it together. Most people can't do that. So they would rather make up some shit so that they could continue to seem wise or have authority over your head or whatever. So please understand. If you haven't already, this might be a good time to really analyze what you believe about life and analyze where you got those beliefs from. High chance, high probability that many of these beliefs came from people who either didn't know what they're talking about, were making something up, or don't really care about your well-being. All three of those are terrible sources of information. Anamali says most of our cells have already been replaced a few times, but the center of consciousness has been continuous. Absolutely. Veronica, peace. Great to see you. Katja Wellness. MC Maestro says, or take the old beliefs and see how it reflects new information. Yes. Because honestly, nothing is true, everything is permitted. Some of those old beliefs can be useful, but my main thing is analyze them and make sure that they're useful and appropriate, and you're not just holding on to some belief just because you've been holding on to it for a long time. That's a terrible excuse. Well, that's just how my dad did it, my grandpa did it, so that's how I'm gonna do it. Why do you do it? King Prophet says, your understanding plus your works equal out to your level of incarnation. I've intuitively felt. Yeah. Mad Titan, peace, bro. All right, let's keep going because this is good. One more time, read that first sentence. The first dawning of etheric vision, which is really nothing more than an extension of physical sight and not clairvoyance, as some would imagine, brings man into the world of specters, the borderland between the physical and true superphysical worlds. That's extremely important. But let's continue where we were. The particles of man's own etheric body are made from the disintegrating atoms of the millions of ghosts that have been floating in the ethers since eternity began. So you mean to tell me when eternity began there was already ghosts? Absolutely. Because existence begins at the consciousness level and slowly comes down to the physical, which means, check this out, ghosts existed before people. Lord have mercy. That's not what Hollywood told me. Hollywood told me you have to die first. Nah, the ghost existed before the physical body. Society Eject says, yes, me and my wife just talked to someone that believes oral sex with your spouse was a sin. Woo, that got to be a dry household, boy. Woo, god damn. All right. The particles of man's own etheric body are made from the disintegrating atoms of the millions of ghosts that have been floating in the ethers since eternity began. To this sea of ether, the physical body will be returned when its labor is completed, and the records which man has implanted in it and which are necessary for his soul growth have been extracted therefrom and incorporated into his higher vehicles. That sentence right there gives you an indication of what physical existence is all about. Notice how he doesn't say when the person dies, right? He says that when the labor is completed. What else? He said when the records which man has implanted in it, right? You implant records into that matter before you leave it. This rings back to what Dion Fortune talked about, how the purpose of having a physical body is to learn how to discipline the force associated with it while you're in the realm of limitation. Because when you return to the realm of no form, There is no limitation dealing with these forces. Let me say it again. So if you're dealing with forces of nature and the physical plane, you have an advantage here and now because the body and the physical plane is limited by default. So this is where you learn to discipline force. Once the work of the body is done and you return to the world of force, not form, once you leave, it's going to be more difficult to deal with these energies because they are not disciplined, because they are not limited. Super gem. Atropa says, listen to this, Travis. I'm not into Sadhguru, but he popped up in my recommended. He said if you make it to 84 years or older, you will not have to come back to the physical realm. Oh, wow. Interesting. I'd like to see more of what he said. Send me the link to that video. Send it to me on the website or wherever you have a DM with me. I'd like to see that. Yeah, man. All right, keep going. When the labor is completed. All right, man has a body in each of the worlds of nature, which he has now connected up in his fourfold consciousness. What's the fourfold consciousness? Physical body, etheric body, astral body, mental body, right? The whole gamut of his expression, as manifested through form, growth, motion, and thought, are inspired by a complete organism, which in man is called a body, and in the grand man, Adam Kadmon, a plane of nature. Each one of these bodies functions on its own respective plane. Man is born into each one of these planes as the Sutratmic atom descends, and by the law of attraction assembles a body upon that plane. In other words, as that seed of consciousness descends down into the mental plane, it attracts a mental body. As that seed descends into the astral plane, it attracts an astral body. And as it descends into the etheric plane, all that attracts an etheric body. That's why you got ghosts before bodies. And then when that descends, it enters the physical plane and it attracts a physical body. Consider that when you have certain impulses that can't be explained, when you have certain dreams, certain passions, and certain desires to do a thing or create a thing, it just might be that you are stuck in the gravity of something that is yet to become. Time only affects the conscious mind. It only affects ego. The unconscious and the God aspect of self is in a way separate from the conscious mind. A better way to say that is the conscious mind is separate from the unconscious mind. The unconscious mind contains the conscious mind, but the conscious mind does not contain the unconscious mind. The conscious mind is tiny, 1%. The unconscious mind is the 99%. What that means is, if you're trying to do a ritual or trying to do affirmations or trying to manifest something, and your conscious mind says, no, you'll never get it, that doesn't ruin your manifestation. Not necessarily. There's a lot more to it. All right, let's keep going. So man is born into each of these planes as the Sutratmic atom descends and by the law of attraction assembles a body upon that plane. This body grows in a natural and progressive manner. Then as he slowly sloughs off his vehicles in the decarnate state until finally only the monadic atom remains upon the Arupa plane. He discards each of these bodies. Rupa means form, and arupa means formless. MC Maestro says that force, having discipline, is now on the formless plane as a form of sorts, becoming the new Kether. Yes. So in other words, when you begin to discipline certain forces while in the physical body, that disciplined force now becomes a sort of form in the world of force. Interesting. MC Maestro says, the etheric exercise taught me that even visiting a Tatwa or a Sephira, you need a body of light on that plane's material. You need a body of light of that plane's material. Yes. All right, let's keep going. Woo! Arupa. These discarded bodies thereupon become Okay, let me read that again. Then as he slowly sloughs off his vehicles in the decarnate state, until finally only the monadic atom remains upon the arupa plane, the plane of no form. He discards each of these bodies. These discarded bodies thereupon become ghosts or shells in the superphysical world, just as the physical body, when the spiritual ego has departed, becomes a lifeless thing, preserving the shape of the living creature, but without consciousness or intelligence. Delicious. Delicious. So boom, he just told you right there where these ghosts, so-called ghosts, come from. The discarded bodies, as the individual passes, as the individual person is finished in the physical plane and his consciousness goes back up into the etheric body, and then that consciousness goes back up into the astral body, that discarded etheric body now becomes a ghost. That discarded astral body becomes a ghost. These are really where these egregores and thought forms come from. You don't necessarily make this stuff up. You don't necessarily, I didn't sit down and make up 10K, the spider entity. I thought I did. No, nothing new under the sun. Most of these things already exist. You just come into an awareness of it. I know that's hard for the ego to accept. I know it's hard, but most of the spirits that you create or come into contact with, most of the egregores that you think you made up, already existed. And you just raised your consciousness to the point of being able to perceive these things. How can I say that with confidence? Because this conscious mind and this ego that you have is brand new to the universe. Brand new, meaning everything else that you experience has already existed before you. Nothing new under the sun. Best verse in the whole Bible. This process had for its ancient symbol the moon, which is, in truth, a ghost, its intelligence having incarnated into the earth. It is a dead, lifeless shell, but impelled by the power of the great disintegrator in nature, which is the lord of the ghost or scepter. In other words, the regent of the moon. Now he's telling us why the moon is associated with the etheric plane. This is also why the moon is associated with the water element. Pay attention. Pay attention. The moon itself is a ghost. The moon itself is dead. Woo! Again, there is the earthbound spiritual consciousness, which sometimes visits the living, but in this case, usually through the lower astral body. Consequently, it is never seen save when the individual is partly asleep. People who have seen these specters always affirm by all they hold dear that they were wide awake. The consciousness is wide awake, but functioning at the moment in the lower astral body. Hence, the physical body does not move during a vision. People are incapable of standing up and approaching the specter. They think and are alive and awake, but always in a dreamlike state, aka a trance, in which they are partly under the dominion of sleep. I know a lot of people think that being in a trance or being under hypnosis or something like that invalidates a spiritual experience, but I'm here to tell you most of the spiritual experiences you will have will be under a trance, right? Because you got to think about it. Number one, you're always under a trance, so that right there just says it. But number two, there's a portion of our lives where we are externalized, where our conscious is externalized, and we're paying attention to the things with our five senses. We're paying attention to the sounds that we pick up with our ears, paying attention to the sight that we pick up with our eyes, right? Now, when you start working in the realm of imagination, you now take that externalized consciousness and you draw it inward, right? You withdraw your consciousness from your five senses and now you go into your imagination. Oh, just go within, right? That's what they say online. Go within. The hell does that mean? It means that you're withdrawing your consciousness and your awareness from your externalized five senses and bringing them back into your imagination. But guess what? You can go even deeper. You can go past the imagination and into the astral, right? Now, that process of drawing within has been labeled and categorized as trance. These are trance states, right? So all your spiritual experiences are going to be under trance. They're going to be under some form of hypnosis. You're not going to be walking around with your eyes and your ears and your nose and see some spirit talking to you and dancing around and giving you a high five. It'll happen in a moment of trance. You wouldn't believe how quickly you can go into trance. As a matter of fact, you can believe how quickly you will go into trance. You do it all the time. You're in trance right now. At this time, the physical body, and to be fair, so am I. At this time, the physical body is in repose, and the lower physical qualities do not intersect or express themselves. Then, many people become slightly clairvoyant and see the ghosts and specters of this world. The specter usually takes a form outlined in gray, hooded in a dun-colored or gray garment, and surrounded by a bluish-gray light. Remember from Durana Darshan and from our experiments 2 years ago, how when you are visiting the etheric plane, a lot of those visions are composed of a blue light substance, right? I'm saying, like, we've been here before. We've done this already. So I'm happy to see that it's being confirmed by an expert here in a book that I have not read yet. That bluish gray light. So he says, after the decarnate person has been absent from the physical plane for some years, the lower part of the body becomes merely a hanging drapery and finally vanishes altogether because the higher astral plane preserves only the consciousness of the face. That would explain why when we see ghosts in popular media, they usually don't have legs. But I can imagine that if the data is slowly disintegrating, what would disintegrate first is what's not being used. Oh, goodness. Straight Panther, we're on page 35. That's still chapter 4. Atropa says, I know they always say go within, but they never tell people that don't know how to go within. Right. Well, like I said, the simplest way to describe it is that in our default state, we are our consciousness, our awareness is externalized. The same way that that the fingers fit into a glove, our consciousness is fit into the five senses. So when our consciousness is externalized, we're using our conscious awareness to see things, to smell things, to taste things, to touch things, and to, what's the other five sense? Here, the five sense, right? I always forget that fifth one. Well, we're using our consciousness, just like a hand is inside of a glove, to use the physical body. Now, when we say go within, what that means is withdrawing your conscious awareness from sight, from sound, from smell, from taste, and from touch, right? So here's the physical body, still there, but now your conscious awareness is in your imagination. Now you're in your imagination, seeing things, smelling things, tasting things, hearing things, touching things in your imagination. And you can go even deeper, right? Into the astral. This is where we're talking about clairvoyance. We're talking about clairaudience. You're experiencing things that you have no direct awareness of, no direct record of, right? And you can go even deeper, right? Even deeper. And if I keep going deeper, I'm going to lose my clothes. What happens when you go even deeper than that is you begin to enter into a realm where incarnation is not necessary. That's what I'm saying. Like, you get to a point where visions and conversations and cool sounds are not as important anymore, because all those things are part of lower tier meditation. Deeper meditation is formless, arupa, just like the word that he used here, A-R-U-P-A, formless. Let me know if that was clear. All right, let's continue. These specters usually appear because of some strong earthly ties, or in yoga we'd call that an attachment. These specters usually appear because of some strong earthly ties, such as jealousy and wrongdoing. Great love or great hate also draws them. By his avarice, therefore, the miser is recalled to his treasures. These are the phantom forms which curse old castles with their presence, like the famous ghosts of Hampton Court and the ghost of Hamlet's father. Ooh. Imagine these people who are extremely attached to reality, extremely attached to the things that they have in their life. I'm talking about toxically attached. If they happen to die before they resolve that attachment, you better believe they're going to be hovering around that stuff. Believe it. Once they are freed from the pangs of consciousness or unfinished work, these specters disappear because the consciousness dies out of the astral body, and this becomes merely a shell. The shell is then often assumed by elementals, which continue to haunt the place where the spirit itself once did. A great percentage of the visions seen by mediums are merely these etheric shells vitalized by an elemental of the astral or etheric worlds. Man, I tried to tell them. I tried to tell them. But they won't listen to me. Manly P. Hall got to say it, right? Dion Fortune got to say it first. Oh, I had a vision. See, like, I don't really talk about that stuff because this is a lesson that I learned early on. Like, visitations are cool, but like, to me, it's just as significant as if I run into an old friend at the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? Really cool. Me and my cousin and his girl just the other day saw a ghost in the backyard. It was pretty awesome. So first we were just out there talking. We were talking about a Vedic deity. I forget his name, but he lives outside of the circles of time, right? He literally watches history over and over and over again. He's a raven-headed figure. If somebody can look him up, you'd probably be very, it would be an auspicious thing for you to find this particular entity. Anyways, we were talking about him in depth, and I heard some footsteps in the back. Now, behind my house is just like trees and stuff, and I'm hearing human-sized footsteps crunching in the leaves. I thought like maybe it was a friend that came over. I turn around to look, and I see like a white gust of like smoke like go past me, and like it felt like somebody walked past me, but I was up on the balcony, so it wasn't even possible. They all saw it. We all saw it. It's pretty spooky. It was very spooky, in fact. We just went inside after that. It was too real. I love it. But anyways, like, when these things happen, like, it's really cool and it's really exciting, but again, it's not too much different from seeing an old friend or randomly seeing a cousin from long lost at the grocery store or just out and about, right? Why? Because it's very likely that it's not really that entity. It's probably something else that has been animated by the excited elementals in your aura. Framestar Film says, so emotion can chain us between worlds. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why they say that, well, part of the reason for that is because the astral substance, what the astral plane is composed of, is what we call emotion. So in a way, we're astrally gluing ourselves to the material plane. MC Maestro says, waiting for Bobby to tell me that these shades are controlled by melanin. Well, Bobby couldn't make it tonight, so I'll be the one to tell you. These shades are controlled by melanin. It's none other than your melanin. It's none other. Unicorn Universe. Peace. Yeah, it was so cool. Oh yeah, thank you, Stray Panther. I almost forgot. Hit the like button because, you know, YouTube, algorithm, it doesn't go off the content, it strictly goes off of the data. So if you guys are here watching the video and you like the video, hit the like button. And also, if you have just joined, I'm releasing my first book tomorrow, so check out my channel as I release the video. It'll have the link for the book that I just wrote. Give me some feedback. Let me know if you love it. Let me know if you hate it. Either way, let me know what you think about it. King Project says, man, damn, so when we channel, we are animating the spirit. It's highly likely. That's one major possibility. Now, there's other possibilities too. Sometimes you are having a direct connection, but really only you can tell. Only you can tell. Right? It's based on the correspondences that you're working with. It's based on how deep of trance you can go into. It's based on on a few things. But there will always be an aspect of, I mean, think about it now. You are providing the substance for the spirit to animate through. There is, what book is that? There's a book that talks about how to do, summoning spirits. There's a book that talks about how to actually do physical summonings of entities. And even in one of E.A. Cohen's classes that I took, like, he tells you how to invoke to the physical plane a spirit or a demon. But the thing is, you have to provide the substance for which it can animate through, right? It's not just going to pop up in your room. You have to provide some type of medium for this entity to live through. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with this microphone. But you have to provide actual substance for the spirit to manifest through. It's not just going to pop up. So you got to provide the incense smoke. You got to provide the fire. Like, you got to provide something for that spirit to manifest through. Right? Likewise, when you are channeling spirits, it has to manifest through the substance of your memory, the substance of your brain, the substance of your body, right? Every single time that I've channeled spirit, it's been through my own body. Whether it's me looking in the mirror channeling the spirit, or me having to walk around to go what it is. You provide the substance for this thing to manifest. So you're absolutely right. That doesn't mean that you're making it up. But what it does mean is that you do have some influence over what's happening. Damn, Tiana Pomeroy said audio is bad. Is it bad, capital B-A-D. Golly. You done hurt my feelings now. Audio bad. I keep seeing little hearts pop up. What is that? I've never seen that before. And the audio randomly decides to work again. It might be time for a new microphone. What do you guys think? Okay, audio should be good now. Let me know if it's good, TN Pomeroy. Uh-oh, gotta scroll up on this chat here. The CIA must be hacking my audio again, y'all. The CIA is back on it. Bayal Rashad says the spirit needs a conduit. Something, oh, where'd it go? Yeah, something to withhold the energy. Absolutely, that's what I mean. Absolutely. Just imagine what the creative occultist will be able to do with AI. MC Maestro says the Orthodox Church deals with purifying the etheric body so that the patron saint, Ishtadevata, can possess the body. Richard Tracy says CIA is responsible for the hearts. I see. Now they're showing me love. Alright, CIA. I'll accept it. Alright, do we still have an echo? Is the audio still bad? Has it been disciplined? Is it behaving now? Society Eject says the man in black is on your ass. Yeah. Alright, let's keep going. What's that stand for? Men in black. So don't fear us, jeer us. If you ever come near us, don't jeer us. We're fearless. Can't beat Will Smith raps, man. Will Smith don't have to cuss in his raps to sell records. He don't have to. Well, I do, so fuck him and fuck you too. Alright, audio is good. Thank you, Richard Tracy. Animali says sound demons are being good. Love it. Love it. I love well-behaved demons. Let's keep going. The shell is then often assumed by the elementals which continue to haunt the places where the spirit itself once did. A great percentage of the visions seen by mediums are merely these etheric shells vitalized by an elemental of the astral or etheric worlds. The earth-binding ties of narrow concepts, ignorance, one-pointedness of purpose, or similar attitudes can be found in numerous instances. How many of y'all know somebody like that who is extremely stubborn, maybe even a bigot or a racist, or somebody with such a closed mind that you know what to expect when you bring up certain issues with them? Shoot. The earth-binding ties of narrow concepts, ignorance, one-pointedness of purpose, or similar attitudes can be found in numerous instances. For months after the close of the World War, soldiers on both sides who had died fighting still rose from the battlefield and fought in the ethers. Man, wholly unconscious of the fact that they were dead. They maimed and destroyed each other, cursed and swore, and lived again among the bursting shells and shrapnel, just as in former days. Still, others wander among the forests of crosses and the great graveyards of Flanders and France, wondering after many years of death what has happened to them. Whew, that's a fate that I do not. Man, when I stopped doing necromancy, contacting the dead or whatever, when I stopped doing that was because I experienced this. I had contacted somebody who did not know they were dead. That was the last time. I'm not doing that anymore. It's a terrible feeling. Now granted, this was some years ago. Maybe it'd be different now, but I felt this. I felt this personally, and it wasn't no fun. The sea is still peopled with phantom ships whose crews, long since dead, still sail for the port which they were never able to reach alive. Among the ancient galleons on the etheric plane, the old Spanish buccaneer still counts his gold, tied by the bonds of materiality and selfishness to the world of which he is no longer a part of. The dope den The dope den is still peopled by the spirits of those who died slaves to its curse and who come back again to inhale its fumes and live in its filth. Damn. He said the crackheads don't stop doing the crack. Whew. The dope den is still peopled by the spirits of those who died slaves to its curse and who come back again to inhale its fumes and live in its filth. Like great vampire bats, they seek to gratify again the passions of their former earth lives by seizing the minds and souls of the living and obsessing them still here. You know where we're about to go with this? What if people who become extreme addicts are possessed by the spirits of previous extreme addicts? And like a vampire, it continues feeding off of people indefinitely. And don't stop there. Let's extend it even more. If you can hear what's being said here beneath these words, if there is some type of deep attachment to matter, if there's some type of unreasonably deep attachment to matter, that force remains even after the body is gone. That force remains even after the consciousness is gone. So if that force is independent and it has the potentiality to possess living people, makes me wonder, if you become super passionate about something, what if that's a sign of possession? Super combo. Ultra. Think about somebody obsessively passionate about a specific thing. And yeah. Baal Rashad says that crack is strong. And let's continue to expand it. What if what we call that crack is nothing but an entity, right? And that crack, rock, or cocaine or whatever is its physical manifestation. Yet it's an etheric being, right? Just like many widespread illnesses and sicknesses and whatnot are actually etheric beings with a physical manifestation, but their power is on the etheric realm, possessing willing human beings walking around the world aimlessly. Man, it's deeper than hip-hop. I'm telling you, it's deeper than whatever the hell you thought it was. We gotta fight the demiurge, right? Now think about all these movements that people get so wrapped up in that their whole life becomes that movement. They've literally become assimilated into some other being. Trap house spirits. Who said that? Straight Panther. Trap house spirits. Real trap shit. Dope den. And don't think you're excluded. This goes for sexual desires too. Don't think you're safe. Anna Molly says lots of haunted bars. Yeah, that makes sense. Haunted bars sounds like it needs to be a lyric in somebody's song. If anybody here makes music, make sure you use the phrase haunted bars. Straight Panther says I got weed spirits in me. Weed spirits. Underworld God 500. Peace, bro. Bayal Rashad says dope is worst. Lost a lot of good friends and brothers to overdose. I make light of the subject, but it is a really serious issue. WT says alcohol. Last reading, my nephew tried to fight me. I looked in his eyes and said, yep. Alright, let me get back to this. I'm just catching up on the chat here. The crack pope. Underworld God 500 says trap house spirits. I seen them in real time. Yeah. I mean that, yeah. Society Eject says yes, the Bihar talk about how sickness is elementals and we feed them by anger, hate, and so on. Yes sir, yes sir. Atropa says it makes sense, Travis. Drugs get a hold of you like a silverback gorilla. Silverback. Now, all right. Let's keep going. David Now says porn addicts. Exactly. But we're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. I enjoy Aries season because, yeah. A lot of feelings get hurt, but it's not out of malice. It is what it is, man. Matthew Watson says, so how can one know these intense desires are our own and not a case of possession? If you ask me, I'm going to say go ahead and chalk it up to possession, because if you're really working in the realm of non-attachment, which is what yoga teaches, there shouldn't be any intense desires. Unless you're able to, yeah, that's the thing. There's a way to utilize and work with these things, right? Yoga doesn't say just give up on life and just go sit and meditate forever. It talks about non-attachment, which means that you can still exist in the world and you can still have a dream. You can still work towards your goals. You can still build. But the thing is, do it in such a way that's either in service to the highest principle you can conceive of, or do it in such a way where you're not addicted to the outcome of the results. Just do it for doing it, right? Do it for doing it. Yeah, I'm working on stuff. I got a bunch of stuff going on, but I'm not sitting here sweating and crying and worried. I love what I do. I legit do what I do because there's nothing else I would rather be doing. Which means I don't care if I'm not hung up on whether it succeeds or fails. I'm rewarded in the process. Therefore, I'm not getting addicted to it or obsessed with it. Gambling's another one. Yes, Atropa. That's another silverback ape. Oh, shit. Atropa says, yeah, gambling as well. My friend's sister is addicted to gambling. She would have a panic attack if she had less than $4,000 to take to the casino. Now she's crying because she messed up her finances. Whew. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going, because we're almost done with this chapter. Oh, look, he even talks about non-attachment. Let's see what he got to say. The dope den. I got these haunted bars. Like great vampire bats, they seek to gratify, again, the passions of their former earth lives by seizing the minds and souls of the living and obsessing them still here. So, with me being a creative individual, I knew that I had a certain spirit attached to me, and I felt that a lot of things that it wanted to do weren't of my own desire. So instead of running to the church and trying to get this thing banished, I decided to talk with this thing, and I was young. Like, I didn't know nothing. I didn't read these books. Like, I was just, this just came to my mind. Why not deal with this thing? I understand that you want certain things, but I want some things too. What can you do for me? And that started my first relationship with a spirit, right? I didn't try to run away and banish it. I decided to work with this thing. And in turn, I fed this thing to the point that it no longer needed to be fed. And I got something out of it. And I think that's really where my approach to working with spirits came from. I don't seek to banish stuff because I'm afraid of it. You got my attention and I got your attention. What can we do for each other, right? You need me to survive, obviously, or else you'd be dealing with somebody else. You need me. So if you want stuff from me, what can you offer in exchange, right? That's always been my approach to spirits. Because if you just let these spirits take control, if you just surrender and just give up, I mean, you're not even in control of your life. You're not even in control of it. You're just out here. You're just out here looking wild. And then when things go wrong, just like what Atropa said, you're crying like her sister, like, oh, I messed my life up. Like, and what'd you get out of it? A momentary rush of pleasure. Because like these spirits, they don't have your responsibilities. They just want to exist and feel this stuff again through a conscious mind. Well, look, if you want that, what am I gonna get? Because you asking for something that is gonna cost me. How are we gonna make this make sense? Think about it. Because that pastor might not be very skilled in exorcism. So now, on top of being uncontrolled, having uncontrolled actions and impulses, now everybody at the church talking about you demon possessed. Man, think about it. Or does that sound too far-fetched and crazy? Let me know. MC Maestro says parts therapy is the same as Goetia. Uh-oh. Atroba says, Travis, did you feed it energy? Absolutely. Now, at the time, I didn't know. I couldn't really distinguish this out in a third, but looking back, now I understand. These things aren't necessarily looking for certain experiences or certain behaviors. What they're looking for is what those experiences and behaviors produce, right? What these spirits are looking for is something very simple, and it's what these experiences and behaviors produce. That's what they feed on. So when we say we feed energy to spirits, that's what we're talking about. So when your sister goes out and gambles all her money away, the spirit's not addicted to gambling. The spirit needs to feel what she feels, that high, that trance that she gets. That's what the spirit wants to be fed with. So if we're going to work out a deal, there's other ways that I can get that feeling, right? Now, you as a spirit of a person who probably gambled all their life with more money than I got to gamble, that's probably all they knew. But guess what? I'm a human being that exists in time right now, and I know that there are other options. So how about we explore some of these other options and see, basically we're talking about this meat-eating demon and asking him if he wants to try some of these Beyond Meats, right? Like I said, it takes a creative occultist to figure stuff like that out. Hopefully that helps you, especially if you feel like you're somebody who has a spirit attached to them and you can't get rid of it. Maybe figure out if there's a way that you can work with it to your benefit. MC Maestro says the Dalai Lama released a practice concerning these hungry ghosts. It's just like what you're describing. Now, it came to me, right? So if it came to me, that means it already existed. Somebody else has done it before. Richard Tracy says that Dr. Malachi Martin said back in the 90s that evil and exorcism were on the rise up to 800% in the US. Not to be fatalist or alarming, but curious what they'd be up to now. Whew. I think we're clearly seeing the results of a demon-possessed world. For sure. But let's get back to the book. Straight Panther says, what is the spiritual significance of dopamine? That's a good question. I haven't thought about that before, but I'm sure it ties into what we're talking about. Society Eject says, definitely see that by me studying movies and film, LOL, I've been addicted to the dark side time to feed that entity. Yeah. And see what that entity can give back to you. All right. MC Maestro said, Gareth Knight said, if you want to see the spirits of the clip off, go to the hood. Yeah. Go to the hood. Trap house demons. All right, back to it. All these facts teach a great lesson. The answer to the problem of the earthbound is twofold. The first is right living, and the second, mic drop, non-attachment, right? Non-attachment. That's the answer to every spiritual malady, sickness, problem. But you got to be of a certain kind of mind to even accept that. The first is right living. The second is non-attachment. That's your answer. That's your answer. Those who have done their best in this world need not worry, nor come back to beg forgiveness, nor haunt the footsteps of those they wronged, waiting for liberation. Those who are not attached to the things of this earth go straight about their master's business in other worlds as well, and go on fulfilling their duty. If self-explanatory, man. The most profound truths are so simple. So simple. The answer to the problem of the earthbound is twofold. The first is right living, the second is non-attachment. Those who've done their best in this world need not worry, nor come back to beg forgiveness, nor haunt the footsteps of those people that they wronged, waiting for liberation. And number two, those who are not attached to the things of this earth go straight about their master's business in other worlds as well. They go on fulfilling their duty. And again, if the people of this world would, in spirit and in truth, release the dead, they will not be surrounded by the specters who wail and pray, held by a force they cannot understand. So look at that. The blame is two-sided also. It's not just you're being haunted, you're attached to something that's attracting the haunting. Don't get it twisted now. Even the movies tell you that, right? When you deal with these little haunted house movies, it's not necessarily the house. Many times it's the people living in that house. When we weep for the dead, when we long for them to come back, we draw them from the master's work and surround ourselves with phantoms that can never return, but whom we can hold and divert from their life duty. That whole paragraph needs to be yellow. I said that whole paragraph needs to be yellow. As my screen turns yellow. God bless America. This is a good book. Y'all are absolutely right. This is an excellent text. Thoroughly enjoying it. And no editors, publishers of deceased authors are going to email me threatening me because I done read a book that encouraged other people to buy the book. But I digress. This shell floating in the ether and in the lower worlds of the astral plane can no more help or guide us in our search for salvation that a corpse could save us here. Again, this shell floating in the ether and in the lower worlds of the astral plane can no more help or guide us in our search for salvation than a corpse could save us here. In other words, it might be cool, right? It might be dope to play around with ghosts and spirits and stuff. But honestly, this level of spirit can't even help you. This level of spirits can't even assist you. These shells are the things most often seen in visions. They are obsessed by lower elementals and the larvae of the lower astral plane. They rap on the table and tilt chairs. They materialize their fruit and paint their pictures. And men foolishly make gods out of entities that are not even human. Let the student investigate these worlds for himself. Or if he is incapable of investigating them, let him learn the great truth that man owes no allegiance to that which he does not know. To his God he owes only the allegiance which his dawning consciousness has shown him that God deserves. Only with perfect consciousness will come perfect understanding and perfect cooperation with nature's workings. The ghosts of old graveyards and the specters of a dream should be sent back into the planes from whence they came, where as shells they will float until eternity dissolves them. Or, if still the vehicle of consciousness of the spirit, be liberated to learn the lessons of the new world wherein they are. There, unhindered by human emotion, they will absorb the fruitage of their respective bodies and build it into an eternal body, the temple of the soul, which is the crowning jewel, the great achievement of human evolution. So bam, I don't know what the church told you about what happens after you die, but this one paragraph, I would say, has been extremely enlightening about what can be expected beyond this lifespan. Because it's not based on something somebody just pulled out of their ass. What this is based on actually goes back to some of the earliest recorded writings on the planet. And we've been over that for about 2-3 years now. So all good. All good. Chapter 5, The Dweller on the Threshold. How many know what that term means? Lord. Thank you for letting me know. Microphone going crazy again.
Yeah, it's about time.
Yeah, it's about time for an upgrade. Time for an upgrade.
But to be fair,
I've had this microphone for.
Where did I get this microphone? 2014 or something. Wow, I've almost had it 10 years.
Society Eject says this makes sense why ancestors would help with material things. Yeah, right. Yarborough. Peace. Thank you, Straight Panther. Peace to the newcomers in the chat. Hit the like button, share and subscribe. And come back tomorrow when I release my book that I have written for you to consume and enjoy. Most importantly, I think that the content is very useful and helpful to you. This project that I've been working on is about manifestation. I know manifestation is a big deal, but like I do, I come to find that most people talk about manifestation and always like, oh, just visualize, and oh, just say these affirmations and put up a vision board, and all those things can work and they can help, but there's something even deeper than that. You're already a master of manifestation, right? Especially if you're somebody who practices spiritual work, right? And if you've been a part of my channel, like there's a lot of tips and tricks that you've picked up. You're already a master of manifestation. Problem is, you're not a master of your thoughts. And see, that's where we have the issue. Because you're not a master of your thoughts, you end up delaying what should be very smooth. So what this book is about is how to completely eliminate these negative thought processes that hinder your manifestation from happening. Now, this isn't something that I done picked up from somebody else's channel or some other guru or some other stuff like that. This is what I used, right? This is how I took my thought process from being depressed, from feeling like I just can't live out my dreams. I'm stuck at this dead-end job in this apartment that I can barely afford. This is how I took myself from that into living a life that I'm proud of, right? And this directly came from me working with the Goetia back in 2017. Working with all these spirits, trying to learn about psychology and NLP and how to summon demons and all that stuff. That brought me to a place where I literally had to make a decision. Either I'm going to continue interpreting myself as a victim, or I'm going to take control and lead my life where I wanted to go. So looking back, I broke down a set of about 7 steps that this process is composed of. That's what the book is about. And I've also got a video training to go along with that book. And for those of you who really want this process integrated, you really want to eliminate negative thought process and learn how to manifest, or I should say, learn how to remove all the blockages to your manifestation. I've also got 20 spots open that I'm going to do coaching for. Now, I'm going to give more details on that tomorrow, but just a heads up, if you're here, come back tomorrow, check out the book. I think you'll love it. Let me know what you think about it. Let me know how these things work for you. Right? Again, this is nothing I picked up from no other person. This is what I figured out on my own. Trial and error, tested it out, and I helped 10 other people do it. So now I'm super confident that I can help anybody do it. Get the book. If you're dead serious about it, get the training. And if you're super, super, super ready for this to happen yesterday, get the coaching. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. The mic still good? Yes, it is. Grace Fortune Tarot, peace. Grace says, I'm gonna need that book ASAP. I need control of eliminating intrusive thoughts. All right, awesome. Tomorrow the book is released, and you will definitely see 7-step process. Anybody can do it, right? Anybody can do it. It's not cross your fingers and just, say positive things. No, get to the root of it. But you'll see. You'll see. Vanessa H says, will the course be available even if the coaching is filled up. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. If you're somebody that's just kind of messing around with it, get the book. If you're somebody that wants, like I said, really want to integrate this into your thought process, there's a training that's along with it. And then, as I said, there's going to be 20 spots for people that I'm going to work one-on-one. I'm going to hold your hand through the whole process, and we're going to make sure that you understand how to do this and that you actually get results with it. All right. But like I said, let's get back to this book. Woo! Audio was good in capital letters. That's what I'm talking about. Lance Benefield says, Trav, I just learned if you're not contacting yourself in the higher realms, you should be contacting nobody. Absolutely. And here's why what you're saying is correct. Because there is only one being. And if you haven't identified that being as the same thing as what you are, then you're still lost in the sauce. So absolutely, yes. Momo Sise says, and peace, Momo. Tatwashuti, and now this book has been blowing my mind with the progress I've been making. I will have a lot to write when I return to the shadow work course. Awesome, brother. Awesome. That's what I like to see. All right. Here we go. Chapter 5, The Dweller on the Threshold. Did anybody answer the question if you've ever heard this phrase before? We've heard about it. Ophio's talked about it. Aleister Crowley's talked about it. Dion Fortune's talked about it. Gareth Knight's talked about it. W.E. Butler's talked about it. And many other occult authors have talked about the dweller on the threshold. Character and those qualities which are really the measure of human consciousness are not brought with the primitive germ of being out of the infinite, but are the fruitage of experience and the mellowing that comes with spiritual age. Spiritual maturity. Aldin, peace. The primal spark, the unborn, deathless thing in each organism, knows itself not saved by those bodies that it has built through contact with the inferior worlds, which we call the realms of form. The first spark, this divine germ of spirit, makes possible all growth and expression. But growth, in the true spiritual understanding of the word, is the result of acceptance into the consciousness of the evolving atoms of those diverse factors which we group together under the heading of experience, and without which the spirit cannot improve its primal lot. The world that we know is the kindergarten of spirit. Here, child souls in the making are instructed in realities by means of unrealities. As the cutting out of paper dolls and making of little ships from strips of paper is the first step in the education of a child, so things apparently very far from truth mold, in a mysterious way, the character of a man into the paths that will later lead him to wisdom. So things apparently very far from the truth mold in a mysterious way the character of man into the paths that will later lead him into wisdom. Few here realize that they are on probation in this world, but such is the case. We are forced to hug the spokes of the wheel of illusion until, like the child in school, we outgrow our class and are prompted to a higher. As there are children in school who never seem to learn and who stay year after year in the same grade, so those who do not master the problems of the greater school of life must remain involved in matter until they realize the plan and, what is vastly more important, live in accordance with the reality they have discovered. Live in accordance with the reality they have discovered. Think about that. At the present time, all growth is carried on through the physical body, All the higher vehicles express themselves through this medium and are molded by the application made of their respective forces in the material world. Let us list them and describe how they are influenced. Alright, if you're ready, we're about to get into the description of the higher bodies. The mental body, the astral body, the etheric body, and of course the physical body, which you already know about. God bless America. God bless America. I love that person right there. The mental body. This is the highest vehicle man has at the present time, save a very few highly advanced adepts and masters who function unconsciously in the Buddhic body. In the majority of people, the mind body appears as a yellow cloud around the head and the shoulders. The greater the thought force of the person, the more completely organized the mental body becomes. The brain is the vehicle in matter, and the development of the superphysical body depends entirely upon the exercise of thought force, not upon other entities, but upon solution of the problems of life, in accordance with the faculties of reason and logic. All right, so did you get that? That's a clear description of what the mental body is composed of. Did you get that? I hope you got that. I hope you got that. Next, we got the astral body. This body is much older than the mind and is therefore much more perfectly developed. It finds expression through the fire in the human blood. Now take note now, what I mentioned before about Tatwashuti, the diagram, and how these bodies line up with the tattvas, or the elements. Check this out. The physical plane lines up with the earth element. The etheric plane lines up with the water element. The astral plane lines up with the fire element. This is ancient knowledge, right? He didn't read Tatwashuti, but what he's talking about was based on Samkhya, which is what Tatwashuti is based on. Mental body is relating to the air element. All right? Now, the whole reason I brought that up is because what he just said right there. He said that the astral body finds expression through the fire in the human blood. So I know we used to think that the astral body was represented by the water element, but in truth, the astral body is related to the fire element. The emotions, passions, and reactions with which man excites his organisms are expressions of the astral body. That's why what I said earlier, in reference to what Framestar said, the emotions that we experience are a result of the astral body, and that has a deep impact on how we relate to the material plane. All right, he says the heart as an organ of influence over the destiny of consciousness expresses the qualities of the astral body, and the mastery and directing of the emotional forces constitute the building of the astral soul body in man. The emotions are always swayed by extremes, and it is the balancing of opposites and the mastery of extremes here in life that molds the astral body into a permanent vehicle for the expression of spirit. Look, it's your job to build your astral body right here, right now. Right? So everybody back then on Facebook talking about, oh, we got an astral party and we have an astral sex and let's do astral warfare and astral this, astral that. You don't even have an astral body to do nothing with. What are y'all? What are we talking about here? Dealing with the occult masters, the astral body is something that has to be built. It has to be organized, established, and fortified. Chances are, everybody on Facebook talking about we finna do this astral stuff, this, that, and the third. I mean, you know, probably just going home and daydreaming about it and then saying, hey, we connected on the astral. I had sex with this goddess on the astral. Let's keep it real. You would not have ever said that if Brother Panic didn't say it first. You ain't never heard nobody say, they had sex with this goddess and this deity in the astral plane before Brother Panic said it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I said it. And I'll say it again, too. So, what he just said here was the mental body, the physical expression of the mental body is the physical brain. The physical expression of the astral body is the heart. Because of what those organs, what their function and their context is in life. Juju says panic pretenders. Look, I'm gonna keep it real. When I heard he was like, "Oh, y'all talking about brushing Oshun's hair? I fucked Oshun." I said, oh, "You can do that? He had sex with a goddess? Oh my God, he's so cool." Right? We all said that when we first heard him say that. You never heard nobody say that. But that doesn't mean you go into Facebook the first chance you get and then repeat it. Because we all heard him say that. But I digress. Let's stay focused on this topic. I must have been hurting feelings because these people have been coming at me in the DMs, man. Don't get mad at me. Read the text. Leave me alone. If you don't like what I say, don't DM me. Just do something else. MC Maestro says, damn, so if a person has powerful negative thoughts, they have an organized mental body, but do not know how to change the content. Absolutely. It's people who are stuck in their own frameworks. Like the whole time we're reading, I'm thinking about this person that I used to know that was just angry all the time. She had a chip on her shoulder. Everybody was her enemy. She was trying to go to war with everybody. I tried my best to help. I did. But all that did was give her ammunition to even want to go to war with me. Some people are really stuck in the mazes that they've built. I say stuck because usually those types of people don't think that they have anything that needs to be fixed. Most people don't believe that they need anything fixed, right? Most people think that they are perfect and they don't need nothing fixed, especially people like that. So it's difficult to help someone like that because they don't feel that they need help. You only receive help, truly receive help, when you believe that you're ready for it. Underworld Dog 500 said, he made me want to see what's up with the astral twat. Twat? MC Maestro says, man got the breakfast at Tiffany's gloves. Okay, let's keep going. Physical body. Like, I don't know about y'all, but the illusion of a spiritual community has faded. I used to think that it was like a bunch of people out here trying to get to know about spiritual stuff and really evolve and move together. And what I found is that most people are just looking for something to belong to and something to talk about. Like those of us here who are actually doing the work, actually learning and studying and applying what we learn and trying to evolve and grow, we're a minority. And I don't have to tell you that. You can just go look online and see that them same people doing the same stuff that they were doing for the past 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So I know, like, it's human nature. We want to like have a group and a community and like we want to have this big movement. But the fact of the matter is, it's real slim out here. But that's okay. I mentioned earlier that we exist in an ecosystem. And this ecosystem that we're currently in can only support a small amount of professionals like us. So, consider yourself fortunate. Be grateful. You know what I'm saying? And for those folks who are all bark and no bite, love them anyway. God bless them anyway. Maybe one day things will change. Or maybe not. Doesn't matter. I Am That I Am said it is a very small group. Bobby did say it would be that way as well. Right. Everything is an ecosystem, even to the point where we... Yeah. I mean, y'all heard of the 5%ers. 85% deaf, dumb, and blind. 10% know the truth, but manipulate the 85%. And then the 5%ers who know the truth try to teach the uneducated, but mostly maintain the ecosystem of 5% of people who need to be learned. The physical body. This vehicle, composed of the chemical dense form and the etheric or vital double, is in principle the oldest of man's connections with the external universe and forms at this time the focusing point for all of the other bodies. The efficiency of this body measures the expression of all higher vehicles. Check that out. The efficiency of this body measures the expression of all the higher vehicles. Now, what does that mean about the efficiency? What's the efficiency of your body? Is your body efficient? The efficiency of this body measures the expression of all the higher vehicles. The shell forms the positive connection between the school of material experience and the subtle forces which man is seeking to unfold. Through this body and its expression, all growth is now being carried on. When the inventor first outlines his idea, it must be adapted to practical needs and modified to meet the requirements of manufacture. In the same way, it is in the physical world that the schemes of the consciousness are put to practical test. Thus, the physical world becomes the testing field of life, and only those who pass through it, and upon its anvil, translate their theories into practicalities, are capable of really knowing the efficiency of their ideas. In Travis Magus' language, is it useful? Is it appropriate? Is it useful? Is it appropriate? If it ain't useful, it's not efficient. If it's inappropriate, it's not efficient. Useful and appropriate to what? Your goal, your mission, your journey, your path, what it is that you're doing. If you look at something and it's not useful or appropriate to what you got going on, it's a hindrance. So take that into consideration with the physical body. We may now consider some of the expressions by which we have learned to judge the characters and lives of those with whom we come into contact. These are not gifts of the immortal spirit, but rather the harvest from the fields of life when it has been lived intelligently. Check that out. In Taught with Shuddhi and a lot of the books on yoga that we've read, they constantly say, the measure of spiritual evolution is not powers, abilities, and siddhis. Those are cool, but those aren't the goal. Matter of fact, those aren't even spiritual gifts. Those aren't even, it's not even something to get super excited about. That comes naturally as you unfold who and what it is that you are. We used to be excited about synchronicities and 11:11 and, oh my God, I was just thinking about this and now this person's wearing that t-shirt. That's supposed to happen because you're in alignment with existence. What's in alignment? Your conscious awareness is in alignment with all the patterns of existence. So you're supposed to see synchronicities on a regular basis. You're supposed to think something and then it becomes, then you see it in reality. That's supposed to happen. I mean, I still get excited about it, but I'm like, oh my God, guys, I just manifest. Like, no, it's supposed to happen. Just as you're supposed to breathe and blink. If you put something in your body, it's got to come out. Just as natural as that process happens, so too are spiritual gifts, so-called spiritual gifts, supposed to be a part of life. So let's talk about some of these soul qualities. He says that we may now consider some of the expressions by which we have learned to judge the characters and lives of those with whom we come into contact. These are not gifts of the immortal spirit, but rather the harvest from the fields of life when it has been lived intelligently. We know these as soul qualities. Let's get to the soul qualities. Number 1, virtue. Virtue is innocence transmuted into intelligent realization of moral right. This can be accomplished only as the result of experience. Virtue. What is virtue? Virtue is innocence transmuted into intelligent realization of moral right. Right? Now, I don't mean morality. No, we're not talking about morality. There's a thing called moral right. A lot of us just say, like, you know right from wrong. You know some things you're supposed to do. Some things you're definitely not supposed to do. I'm pretty sure we all have a sense of that. But just because you know right from wrong doesn't mean that you perform right from wrong. Some people know what's right and still do what's wrong on a regular basis. Check this out. What he says is that what is virtue? Innocence. Innocence that has evolved. Innocence that has been transmuted into naturally knowing what's right. That's virtue. Continuity, the faculty of developing a certain line of reasoning and carrying it to a successful conclusion without allowing outside interests or desires to divert the mind, is the result of long ages spent in mastering mental forces and developing will to the point where it becomes dictator of the emotions. So check that out. The next virtue the next soul quality is continuity. And while that don't seem like it's a big fancy thing, how difficult is it to actually follow through with what it is you said you were going to do? How difficult is it actually to carry out what you started? I'm not going to lie, it's difficult, right? But in doing so, you start to learn something about yourself. You start to learn, you know what, I actually can follow through and finish what I started. Sometimes it takes a little bit of effort, because here's what happens. When we start to face a little bit of resistance, a lot of us have a low tolerance to that and we give up. My son, for example, if he's playing a video game, if it starts getting too hard for him, he's going to close that game and open up a new game. And I tell him the same story. When I was your age, I had 5 games. And he's like, I know, Donkey Kong, Star Fox, Mega Man, Super Mario, and Killer Instinct. That's right, I only had 5 games the whole time, from when I was your age, all the way up to when I made enough money to buy myself an Xbox, a PlayStation, right? 5 games, and I had to beat those games. Even if they were hard, even if they were no longer fun, we played the hell out of them 5 games. So when I see you playing a game for 5 minutes, then you download another game, you play more games in a week than I played in my entire childhood. Yada, yada, yada. But that's the thing. When you have to push through and finish something, you learn something about yourself. When you have to push through to the end, you figure out that there's a certain feeling inside that starts to ring. And as long as you can hear that ring, it's almost like, you know what? I can do it if I keep trying. That has to be developed. Kevros SS God, peace, says it's being lustful, an expression of the astral body. Now, it does depend on how you define that. But honestly, becoming sexually aroused, I would say, is a very high quality, right? Now, I said sexually aroused. How you interpret that as you get lower and lower, now we start to go into strange territory. But to be honest, that sexual arousal is what happens when you, the individual, starts to get an accumulation of prana. Now, honestly, that prana can be channeled and used and formed into anything else. But if we, and here's what happens. The body is an ecosystem also. When you get that influx of energy, your body naturally knows that it needs to ground that energy, right? When you think about the masculine principle seeks, it builds up energy, and it has an innate desire to ground that energy, right? Just like electricity and water seeks its own level, when the masculine principle gets an influx of energy, it seeks to ground that energy into the feminine principle. That's Chokmah and Bina. So when you start to get an influx of energy, your natural impulse is to ground that energy, to deplete that energy, to get rid of it. So your mind's going to work in the easiest pathways that you have set up. If you only have the option to turn that into an orgasm, then that's what you do. But if you learn to take that same energy and ground it in something like, say, a creative endeavor, maybe take that energy and ground it in study, ground it in the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom, maybe ground that energy in creation, right? Because that's what it is. That's the masculine principle. That's the divine masculine principle. Having that influx of energy and seeking to ground it in the material plane. Now, like I said, on the lowest level, it'll come through as lust. But understand what's happening behind that lust. You actually have an influx of energy that you're seeking to deplete. So take that energy and see if there are other ways that you can ground it. Ground it into something that will give back to you, right? Plant those seeds into fertile soil that will continue to feed you, instead of just blowing it all on the concrete. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, so, you know, and make it practical, right? Make it practical. I could go into other stories, but I guess maybe I shouldn't. I once knew a female who said that she would be able to do this, right? She would take that sexual energy, and instead of just doing what most people naturally do, she would immediately go and start working on art or go clean the house. And when I first heard that, I thought that was a bit odd, but I totally understand now. It's just pure energy. It's not lust. It's pure energy. You choose where to channel that energy. You have the choice of where to put that energy. If you want to turn it into lust, then that's what you chose to do. But you can take that same energy and convert it to something else. Test it out and see if what I said is true. Test it out. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's keep going. So, we talked about virtue, which is innocence transmuted into moral right. We talked about continuity, which is having this mental fortitude to continue to the end. Maestro on the streets. All right. Discrimination is the next one. This is the ability to select from a number of apparently equal yet diverse possibilities that which is most suitable for the needs of the organism. Experience is the only way by which far-sightedness on practical problems can be evolved. Discrimination, the ability to select from a number of apparently equal yet diverse possibilities, that which is most suitable for the needs of the organism. Once again, is it useful? Is it appropriate? Discrimination is having all these options that seem equal, right? Damn, do I want to make burritos, or do I want to cook that steak, or do I want to eat the tofu, or do I want to just have a smoothie, right? Discrimination allows you to pick the best choice, once again, based on your ultimate goal. Is it useful and appropriate to eat that steak? Is it useful and appropriate to eat that fruit smoothie? Is it useful and appropriate to make the burrito? Only you know, because you should be in tune and in alignment with your goal. What is your goal? That's going to allow you to use discrimination to make the best choice. So once again, discrimination is the ability to select from a number of apparently equal yet diverse possibilities that which is most suitable for the needs of the organism. Check. Now, we talked about discrimination in the yoga books as well. It was known as vairagya. No, that's not attachment, my bad. What was discrimination? Does anybody remember what discrimination was in Sanskrit? What was discrimination? Now I gotta go look that up. I Am That I Am says, so ultimately lust is a perspective that you ultimately choose. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dang, what was the word for discrimination? Viveka, that's what it was. Viveka, that's what it was. The next is balance. The power to remain unmoved by passing conditions is gained by a careful analysis of life and the realization that the world we live in is to be studied and analyzed, but never assumed as a reality. Man, if you don't highlight that, if you don't get that yellow marker out right now and highlight that line. Balance. The power to remain unmoved by passing conditions is gained how? By a careful analysis of life and the realization that the world we live in is to be studied and analyzed. Yes. However, never assumed as a reality. Boom. Wisdom. Understanding is always the product of actual experience. Gotta make sure the microphone's still working. So far, so good. Maybe I'm kicking the cable or something. Okay, wisdom. Understanding is always the product of actual experience. The philosopher with his gray hair and bent shoulders has lived life until he knows its ways and byways and can therefore assist others to a better understanding of nature's realities. Age in soul power alone brings mellowness, which is the basis of wisdom. I like that last line. Age in soul power alone. So we're talking about soul power, and we're talking about the soul power being very old. That, being an old soul, a characteristic of being an old soul is being chill and mellow, patient and wise. How many of y'all know little kids like that who came through very mellow, very patient, and very wise? I don't remember where I read it last night. Geez Louise. But I read last night that a young soul is characterized by a soul that does not have very much influence over its environment. A soul that does not have very much influence over its environment is actually a young soul. And an old soul is a soul that has a significant amount of influence over its environment. I thought that was pretty dang cool. So when we talk about these NPCs, or these folks who just kind of go with the program, it very well may be that they're brand new to this place. And it's not that they are choosing to get beat up by life. They just haven't been here long enough to figure out the system. That's why you should love them anyways, because you used to be like them at some point. And when I say love, I don't mean you got to go out of your way and hurt yourself. You got to, take away from what you have and suffer on their behalf. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying have compassion and understanding for the predicament of people who don't have the options of consciousness that you do. Just be understanding of it is what I mean. I don't mean go get beat up on their behalf. Hell no, right? We had this discussion a few 2 Thursdays ago about compassion. That doesn't mean get slapped on the cheek and turn to get slapped on the other cheek. What we're talking about is just an understanding. Like I have compassion for plants and bugs and all that stuff, but that don't mean I'm not gonna step on one. That don't mean I'm not gonna pick a leaf off the branch. I have an understanding for the life force that flows through these things, right? I walked outside when it was raining and the lights are off, and I've stepped on snails, and I'm like, oh, my bad. But that doesn't ruin my night. I keep doing what I'm doing. Right? But again, I have compassion because that was a living being. It was a living entity, right? I mean, at best, you're not a snail anymore. Hopefully you come back as something different. But I'm still going to be finishing my walk. MC Maestro says, I was one of them youngins, and I've seen many more. Yeah, I can see that. Cybranet says, do you have any specifics in your diet, Sir Magus? Man, I'm not going to talk about my diet, because y'all keep getting offended at my diet. One dude said, I was not woke, that I was a fraud and a sham, because I ate ribs. All of that. I had to screenshot it. This man was really judging me based on Instagram stories, because I know he don't watch this channel. Woo! And he kept messaging me about it too. This is a different dude from the one I said previously. This is a whole different dude. So this is why I don't go to Facebook, man, because them people lost in the sauce. This dude is sitting here messaging me daily. Like, I appreciate the fact that you're obsessed, but man, I'm not reading none of this. You think about me constantly, and I don't even know that you exist. And got the nerve to come with some damn insults. Little boy. Better find you another YouTube channel. I am says, hey, I was on that brisket last weekend. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, even right now, like I'm on a complete fast other than water. Water and like, some supplements I take. But I've been fasting for probably a week now. Maybe a little bit more. You're not as woke as you think you are, Trav. You ate ribs. You're right. You're absolutely right. And we leave it there. All right, let's continue. Visual OD says Trav renting condos in his head. Oh, I get it. I didn't get it, but I get it now. Stray Panther says about the brine chicken for tomorrow. Yeah, man, that sounds good. I just haven't had an appetite for like a week. Good thing most of my stuff right now is in the freezer, because sheesh. Richard Tracy says, are you having any mucoid plaque secretion, Trav? Those words, that sounds personal, but I don't think so. Mucoid plaque secrete. Where would it secrete from? Richard, what kind of question is this? What is mucoid plaque and where would it secrete from? Let's continue. Man. Okay, so we talked about wisdom. Now, experience also confers many other Experience also confers many other qualities, some apparently good, and others evil. Many feel that to wallow in the mire of sin is a great mistake. Others believe that God must have some way of instructing his children better and easier than by forcing them to battle in the darkness for their salvation. This must ever be an open question that each must settle for himself. All around us are thousands in the mire of degeneracy. A large part of our population is morally or physically unclean. Shoot, I don't even need to highlight that. You can step outside your bedroom door and see that. Step outside your house, go to work, school, wherever it is that you go amongst other human beings. It is too late to warn against mistakes, such as all make and most uphold. So all that remains is to assist those who have fallen to get back on their feet and learn from their sorrows to avoid the pitfalls next time. No law can be passed that will make people good. But suffering makes people careful when advice is ignored. Sorrow and disappointments make us think when warnings are permitted to pass unheeded. In this way, man learns through his experiences when he refuses to listen to anything else. Man learns from his experiences when he refuses to listen to anything else. Look, stop trying to beat these people over the head and going Alex Jones on them at the family barbecue. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Let these people live. Let them live. If they don't want to hear what the hell you're talking about, love them anyway. If it's meant for them to learn, they gonna learn. They gonna learn. What's with these comments, y'all? Lance Benefield said, I haven't eaten meat since 2019, but I eat my wife for her protein. More power to you, man. I mean, nothing wrong with that. That's great. Protein. Atropa says, Travis, I'm not really into meat. One thing I want to know if this is true. Someone told I should not eat any meat when you work with Hindu gods and goddesses. And that's also actually in taught with Shuddhi as well. It's highly recommended to have a light diet, because when you're working on certain types of yoga and tantric practices, there are 5 different distinct flows of prana within the body. There's a circulation, just like blood circulates through your body. And if you have foods like meat in your system, it does impede that circulation. So that has an effect on your results. It is advised not to eat meat when working with these Hindu practices for energetic reasons, certainly. Do what you're gonna do anyways, but it's not like you're gonna go to hell because you ate a hamburger and you try to work with Kali or Vishnu or Ganesh. But yeah, no need to beat these folks over the head, man. Let them do what they gotta do. Let them do what they gotta do. In this way, man learns through experiences when he refuses to listen to anything else. The annals of life show that our greatest sinners have made our greatest saints. Not because they made mistakes, but because they learned through experience to correct them. We should all thank God that we have the power to suffer, for through pain, great souls are born. That's probably the purpose of suffering anyways. Because he said earlier, the primal spark doesn't know itself. So I would imagine that it would have to come down into incarnation. It would have to. Adversity overwhelms the sluggard, but galvanizes the soul into action and gives incentive to those who seek to achieve. Adversity disciplines the spirit and tests resolve. With the mastery of adversity, courage is born. I love that. And one of my favorite parts of the book Samkhya Darshan, he talks about that a person doesn't really start to seek true knowledge until they have had enough suffering. And 3 types of suffering: suffering, internal suffering, suffering in their environment, and cosmic suffering, which means you got a fucked up astrology chart. He said it isn't until a person has had enough, where you've suffered so much, it's like, look, man, I got to do something about this. I don't care what I got to do. I got to do something to fix my life, because I can't take it no more. My mind is messed up, my emotions messed up, my environment is messed up, and it seemed like God is against me. I got to do something to fix this. He said it isn't until a person gets to that point that they really start seeking for real knowledge. I remember that point. But he was saying that, like, when you feel that way, you're seeking a real solution. If you haven't reached that point, it's a high likelihood that you're seeking entertainment. Right? And that's okay. At least you're getting good quality entertainment. But he says, really, until you've reached that point where you're done suffering, it's not until that point that you start really seeking this true knowledge. So again, if you see a lot of these people out here, on the gravy train talking about the dollar's gonna collapse, y'all, we got to use our melanin, and we're gonna move out of America and bring Atlantis back, and China got $1 and a mothership coming. Like, you hear people talking about all that stuff. Let them do it. They probably haven't suffered enough to actually want the truth. They still trying to get entertained. They probably just got off work. You know what I'm saying? Got yelled at by the boss. Kids screaming. They probably just want something to make them feel, so they can escape this world for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So they can escape the suffering for what suffering they do have for a little bit. They're not ready to bring it to an end. They just want to escape it for a little bit. Let them go out there and talk about the Anunnakis and the what else they talking about? The Galactic Federation. Like, let them do all that. It's good for them. Let them have the TikTok wisdom. It's good for them. But when they really have had enough, mothership ain't gonna cut it. When they really had, Anunnaki ain't gonna cut it. Right? When your life has really hit that point where you need a change, Galactic Federation, they go cut it, right? You need something that works. I'm just saying. I'm saying because I've been there. You know what I'm saying? Hey. When you really hit that point of rock bottom, who gives a damn about no Chinese dollar? I need to figure out how to stop suffering like this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. When you really hit that point, it don't matter if you got a vegan diet or a meat diet. You trying to figure out how to stop getting beat over the head by life every single day. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of this stuff that people, you get me. Lance Benefield says, I eat chicken in my dreams, though. That sounds good. I had a dream last night about these Wyatt Earp looking cowboy villain dudes that kidnapped a bunch of kids and kept them in this basement. And then these extraterrestrial alien beings came down and like vaporized them all. They shot this beam that was like so hot that like their flesh and their bones melted and it like reduced it to its atomic state. And then all the kids came out free, and I was one of the kids, and I was talking to this alien, and I was so sad that he was leaving, and the aliens really loved us. And the alien, I asked him what he was going to do next, and the alien's like, well, I'm going to Pluto, and I'm going to go learn and explore about Pluto. And he said, but I will be with you until the end of the nakshatra. And I was excited because as I was coming to awake, like right after that, I was like, yeah, this was a movie. I'm going to watch this movie again, see what gems I missed. But as I started getting more conscious, I realized that this was not a movie. This was just a dream. So I tried to hold on to what details I could. And I went to go research, okay, what nakshatra is Pluto in right now? Because he said, I will be with you until the end of the nakshatra. Pluto is in Uttara Ashada, very close to Abhijit, which means the undefeated one, the unbeatable one. Yeah. Midnight Minus is why some people in jail and addicts who hit rock bottom find religion. Exactly. Lance Benefield says, Pluto is here for 12 years. Thank you for that. See, I knew you specifically would have the answer. That's why I went into that story based off of what you just said. Pluto is here for 12 years. Good. So I got a little alien friend on my side who rescued my inner child. And we'll be kicking it for the next 12 years. I want that laser beam he had. It melted them folks down to nothing. Kind of like that movie Mars Attacks. All right. Thank you for that, Lance. That's exactly what I needed to know. See how manifestation works? We should thank God for our adversary, for he gauges man's true worth. What would I do under certain conditions? Is a question each should ask himself. Few of us know, and fewer still would do in a moment of extremity the thing planned at leisure. Place people in various positions, and then and there they judge and measure themselves before the world. They need neither accuser nor defender. Their actions are the gauges of their souls, and their souls tell their age in the cosmic scheme of things, as no protestation or profession could possibly do. Actions and attitudes are proofs. Actions and attitudes are proofs. Words are merely expressions of emotion, which are seldom dependable. Man often argues with himself to prove things that he honestly knows are untrue. Usually the human animal convinces himself of the reality of the falsehood before he can possibly prove it to another. In fact, he seldom proves it to any except himself. Boy, that was the hottest paragraph in the whole damn book. We should thank God for our adversary, for he gauges man's true worth. The tester. Satan, the tester. Look what he said here. When you put somebody in a certain kind of situation, they're going to show you who they are. Their actions and their behaviors reflects the age of their soul. Tells you who they are. The dude that I was talking to in the DMs earlier today, he was like, well, Trev, why is it that all these so-called conscious leaders, conscious vloggers or whatever are talking about, the dollar and the government falling apart, and you better get ready because America's falling and we got to do this and we got to do that. He's like, well, all these people suddenly talking about this. And, it's straight up, man. These are just regular ass people with a platform. When you can tell who somebody is under pressure. When that anxiety kicks in, when that fear kicks in, when that stress kicks in, all that spiritual stuff goes out the window, right? Now we talking about the China dollar. Because now there's a fear for your survival. Now there's a fear for your humanity. Now there's a fear for, am I going to be able to eat tomorrow? Am I going to be able to, is my human existence going to be, right? All that stuff's gonna kick in. All that spiritual stuff goes completely out the window now because fear is taking over. That's what he's talking about here. He says put people in a certain position and the true colors come out, right? The Hotep go out the window, the Ankh tattoo goes out the window, that fancy name that you just made up goes out the window. All the stuff goes out the window because you're showing yourself, you're showing the world. What do you say right here? You put it on a spotlight for everybody. He says right then and there, you judge and measure yourself before the world. All you got to do is observe. Fancy words, you know what I'm saying? Like anybody can say that. Beloved, Hotep, family, mothership, whatever these people saying. But when the heat is turned up, that's how you know who you're dealing with. That's how you know who you're dealing with. I'm just saying, don't get mad at me. Like, observe. This is psychology. Like, it just is what it is. Right? Grand Rising, Hotep. It's always going to be something going on, right? It's always going to be a political. I said that I've been saying this for years now. It's always going to be some political thing. It's always going to be a Hollywood scandal, right? It's always going to be a natural disaster. It's always going to be something, and none of those things are greater than the other. None of them. I don't care if it's a American dollar and everybody's doing China dollars now. None of that stuff is any more important than any of the other sensational topics that are going around. Like, this shit cycles continuously. I have literally been saying this for years. 3 people listen to me. So to get excited and worked up over one thing over the other is a demonstration of what you really believe. What did homie say? I am says time to put that information to work or fold. If you were really out here talking about all this spiritual stuff and your power and your ability to manifest and change reality and all that, if you were really about that life, because you were about that life last week, now you heard about the Chinese dollar and all of a sudden you're a political person. Like, why not just use that power you said you had to do something about it? But hey, it's Aries season, so I get to be a little bit spicy. It is what it is, man. Time to put that information to work or fold, period. You're tough till a real challenge comes up. Now you're scared. Beloved, we gotta, beloved. What we gotta do? Gregory Jones says, the one that sells you the panic sells you the cure. So all them folks that switch their tune, that's on you if you keep following behind them folks when things get calm again. After you done seen the true colors and you still follow, that's on you. But that's why I enjoy times like this, because it's an indication of, like what Manly P. Hall said, the true status of that individual. I'm just saying. I'm gonna read it again. We should thank God for our adversary, for he gauges man's true worth. What would I do under certain conditions is a question each should ask himself. Few of us know, and fewer still would do in a moment. Few of us know, and fewer still would do in a moment of extremity the thing planned at leisure. In other words, few people would do when things get tough what they planned to do when things were easy. Place people in various positions, and then and there, they judge and measure themselves before the world. All you got to do is sit back and watch somebody, right? Don't listen to the words, just watch. people can't help but tell on themselves. We can't. We can't. You can't be lied to if you know what to pay attention to. It just is what it is. Place people in various positions, and then and there they judge and measure themselves before the world. They need neither accuser nor defender. Their actions are the gauges of their souls, and their souls tell their age. In the cosmic scheme of things, as no protestation or profession could possibly do. I love that line. I love that line. You don't really know a person until you see how they behave under pressure. Period. Like I said before, if it's time to die, it's time to die. But I'm not finna be sitting up here snot-nosed begging and please. No. Either I'm gonna figure it out or that's it. Those are the two options. Either I'm gonna figure it out or that's it. Ain't gonna be no sniveling and scribbling and begging, and it's not gonna be we gotta stand up to fight the powers that be, and Trev, we gotta fight the Illuminati. I can't believe you actually sent me that. We gotta gather our forces and use our magic to fight the Illuminati. No, we don't. No, we don't. Keep my name out of it. You do that. That's your destiny. Hey, good luck too. Actions and attitudes are proofs. Words are merely expressions of emotion, which are seldom dependable. He said action is proof. Please. Hell no. I don't think there's nothing worth that. Like, there's nothing in this plane worth crying and begging to stay here about. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Man often argues with himself to prove things that he honestly knows are untrue. Look at how we have to convince ourselves. He says, man often argues with himself to prove things that he honestly knows are untrue. Usually the human animal convinces himself of the reality of the falsehood before he can possibly prove it to another. So before you can even go off to prove it to somebody else, you got to convince yourself of the lie. In fact, he seldom proves it to any except himself. My dad, I remember the first time my dad said this quote to me. He said, son, you can fool some of the people all the time. You can fool all the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. I remember the first time he said that to me. I was standing in the living room. I don't remember how old I was. I was young. But I remember that. And right here, Manly P. Hall says, usually the human animal convinces himself of the reality of the falsehood before he can possibly prove it to another. In fact, he seldom proves it to anyone except himself. Now, that's an excellent segue here, because we've been talking about the soul, and why all that stuff right there was important is because he said specifically that their actions are gauges of their souls, and their souls tell their age in the cosmic scheme of things. Young souls, very little control over reality, very little control over their inner selves. Now let's talk about the building of the soul, because we've heard that, especially dealing with Bobby Hemmett. He talked about how a soul has to be built. He said some people don't have souls, right? Phil Valentine said that some people don't have souls. Bobby Hemmett would also talk about how Aleister Crowley and his work was really a process of developing a soul. It's my estimation that it's nearly impossible to judge based on someone's physical appearance the quality of their soul, but you can definitely tell based on patterns of behavior, right? Because we're talking about something that's metaphysical, beyond the physical. So how the hell are you going to determine the quality of something that is not physical based on something physical? Like, immediately that sounds not very smart. Hot tamale. You know what? This Coca-Cola soda was ice cold when I brought it in here. Now it is room temperature. Give me a second. We'll swap it out. Always Coca-Cola. Gregory Jones says Manly P. Hall would drink a hot soda. I bet he would. I bet he would. Me, on the other hand, it's gonna be ice cold. I bet you that. Lance Benefield says, my big brother told me in 2004, if you're really this spiritual person, you shouldn't have to tell anyone. They'll see it and tell you. That's when I stopped trying to preach my vision to others. Brilliant. Brilliant. I think, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Society EJ says, they trying to kill you with the Coca-Cola. Good luck. Must be the CIA. Look. Yeah. I think the CIA is pretty wise. They've been around long enough. I think they understand that they understand that these things are evolving, especially how they connect with the collective unconscious. And if we're filled with people who are scientists, it's wiser to learn than to stifle something, especially when it's time for the ecosystem to receive a certain quality of information. Let's get it cracking. Marwa Fakir, peace to you. Good to see you. Let me look at the view count. Let me see how many people drop off because I'm not woke. Because I done took a sip of the ice cold Coca-Cola. I thought this nigga was enlightened. He's sipping poison. I distinctly remember. All right, we won't get into that. Let's get to the building of the soul. At the present time, we use the two words soul and spirit. I'm glad we're getting into this because there's extreme confusion about these two words. Even I had confusion about these two words. He says that at the present time, At the present time, we use the two words soul and spirit as though they meant the same thing. This is not correct. The soul that sinneth shall die. Ezekiel 18:4. Spirit does not die. So if nothing else, understand that soul is finite in its lifespan. Spirit is infinite in its lifespan. I was very surprised to hear this for the first time. Please understand also that once you become a true occult researcher or somebody that is very serious about understanding psychology and communication, if you're a Gemini, most of the time when people argue, it's over the word and the label. It's not over the meaning. Even if you want to argue about soul and spirit and which one's temporary, which one's long-term, what matters is that we're dealing with two aspects of a metaphysical nature. One is limited and one is unlimited. One is finite and one is infinite. Gregory Jones says, I bet the feds are watching this live because it's always fire. Absolutely, man. I've been surprised with the kind of people who tune into my stuff. Like, yeah. I've had some people in interesting walks of life. Luckily, I'm not a sports person, because otherwise I'd probably be all kind of, oh my god! Society Eject says, shit, I try every new Coca-Cola flavor they come out with a smile on my face. Exactly, man. Enjoy Prakriti, because it's all Prakriti. It's all Prakriti. I mean, don't be ridiculous, but I ain't scared of no darn soda. If I want to do it, I'm going to do it. Lance Benefield says, I learned that spirit is a cloud and the soul is a single raindrop. It's a good analogy. All right, let's continue. I Am That I Am says, I think the feds don't block this info. I think they know that this is the ultimate goal. They're just playing their role in the dream. Absolutely right, my brother. When I was having my deep channels with Lucifer, he said something of a similar nature. That there should be absolutely zero fear of that kind of thing, because we're all on the same team. It's more about regulation of an ecosystem. It's not about what people think it is with this conspiracy and all. It's a regulation of an ecosystem. We are animals, just like every other organism on this planet. The regulation of our ecosystem extends into the social sphere. We are not ruled by human ego. We are ruled by something much higher. But since most people can't conceive of something higher, we believe that we're ruled by other human beings with ego. But I'm here to tell you, the system is more intricate than that. All right, let's keep going because we're getting to the good stuff. As if the previous wasn't good stuff. In occult philosophy, spirit is that ever-existing essence, which is the immortal part of all created things in any of the 7 worlds that manifests as a cosmic scheme. Spirit is indestructible, uncreated, and the germ of divinity in all manifesting creations. It is the God in you the eternal permanence, the triple spirit of being. Soul is the garment of spirit. It is the fruitage, or essence, of all the experience gained by manifestation in the concrete words of mind stuff. What's mind stuff in Sanskrit? What did yoga teach us that mind stuff was? Anybody remember? I'll give you a hint. It's in the very beginning of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. Oh, come on, somebody remembers. It starts with a C. Mind stuff. The word is chitta. Chitta. In Sanskrit, they call mind stuff chitta, and that is the substance of the etheric plane and of the mind. Let's keep going. Soul is the garment of the spirit. It is the fruitage or essence of all the experience gained by manifestation in the concrete words of mind stuff, astral material, and physical substance. In a spiritual sense, man can only be clothed in his virtues. And remember what we said virtue was previously? Let's go back just in case you don't remember. Virtue. Previously, he said that virtue is innocence transmuted into intelligent realization of moral right. This can be accomplished only as a result of experience. So innocence transmuted into that internal knowing of what's right. That's virtue. Now look what he says about virtue. He says, in a spiritual sense, man can only be clothed in his virtues. So if you ain't got no virtues, you out here looking crazy and spiritually naked. Hence, the attainment of this golden garment of the soul is the real reason for life. The attainment of this golden garment of the soul is the real reason for life. I cherish my innocence because I understand that it is a spiritual quality that must be maintained. Incident is valueless, save for the impression that it leaves upon the nature of the one passing through it. By an occult process, this impression is molded into the soul body as another thread in the seamless robe of the spiritual bridegroom. In nature, nothing is lost, and this vehicle, created by the assimilation of experience since the time millions of years ago when the consciousness was first differentiated, is called the soul, the molder of destiny, the mentor that must be consulted when important decisions are to be made. The soul measures man's standard of right and wrong in the scale of things known. It is the basis of judgment and the inspiration behind the voice of conscience. Therefore we ask with the seer of old, what shall it profit a man if he gaineth the whole world and lose his own soul? That adds a new meaning to that scripture, doesn't it? What shall it profiteth a man if he gain the whole world and lose his own soul? If what we just talked about here is how the soul is the ultimate guide, clothed in virtue, that we consult, right, to help us make important decisions, because the soul is the molder of destiny. Imagine losing that. Imagine sacrificing that, giving that up just to get a little bit of ching-ching in your pocket, or a little bit of status or clout. You didn't value it in the first place, so you don't deserve it. Of course you're going to lose it, right? Anyone talking about some selling your soul, whatever, there should be no fear for that. There should be no fear for selling your soul. Because if you realize that you have one, the value becomes exponential. You can't, getting rid of it is not even an option. But for someone who doesn't see the value in virtue, who doesn't see the value in their soul, they don't deserve it anyways. Back to the recycling bin is where they go. By their own decision. Not by no judgment from somebody in the clouds, by their own decision, they take themselves into the cosmic porta potty. Cheetah. Supremacy McCoy says, I'm sipping on my poison and loving it. Cheetah. All right. So, in nature, nothing is lost. By the way, so since we know that mind stuff is Cheetah, and we're connecting the rest of this stuff to what we learned in the tantric teachings of Samkhya, from what he's describing right now, sounds like what they talked about in Samkhya as the intellect, the highest intellect. Does anybody know the word for the highest intellect? What do we call the highest intellect in Sanskrit, in Samkhya? Whatever that thing is would be equivalent to what he's calling the soul. And we've talked about that before. The soul is Buddhi. Buddhi. Let your soul glow. Upon the soul are etched all the various actions and reactions that make up life. Therefore, the soul is essentially dual in its nature, that which registers successes and that which registers failures. The things which we have done well become our guardian angels, guiding and inspiring us to further achievement, while those things wherein we have sinned become our menacing accusers, ever confronting us with the responsibility for our own mistakes. All right, plenty of people remembered high intellect, Buddhi. Awesome possum. See, I knew at least 5 of you guys was listening. I knew it. Al Dickey, peace, bro.
fucking bay. When I can finish with you. Shoot program, nigga. 23-hour lockdown. I'm the man up in this piece. I run shit here. You just live here. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Yeah, that's right. Go on, walk away. Go on and walk away, because I'm gonna burn this motherfucker down. I'm not sure how long it was out for. Which where did I leave off? I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. Fighting for my life. You're killing me out here with this.
Trying to have a relationship with my kid, and I can't do it. Robert. Okay. Testing. 1, 2. I don't get it. Man, what the heck? I don't have an explanation for this. I guess whatever the hell I just said wasn't supposed to get through to the internet, because that would have been too much for the ecosystem. Okay, registering successes and failures. Thank you, Anamali. Where were we? Registering successes and failures. That should have been on this page, right? Nope. Where was that? Yeah, up here. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Sound should be good right now, right? Jeez Louise. Lance Benefield says it's your new alien best friend interrupting. He's just trying to get a good seat, that's all. Sometimes the presence of these beings has a strange effect on electronics. Ave Astaroth. Peace, Mike Hawk. Okay, alright. Responsibility for our own mistakes. Where's that at? Yeah, okay, so that last paragraph. Great. Thank you, Grounded in Nature. Alright, let's go. At the doors of the Eastern Temple stand 2 dogs. One laughing and the other leering. And I legit had to say this twice. I said about a meme where there's 2 dogs inside of you. And then also the tarot card, the moon tarot card. Anyways, they represent our own virtues and vices, which we all must pass when we seek to enter the path that leads to perfection. These 2 qualities, the good and the evil within ourselves, are ever with us. One points to heaven, the other stands as the great problem. The beast is still part of our nature and will remain so until we transmute the strength of the adversary into the inspiration to greater victories over self. Sounds to me like the connection between Netzach and Gibura. Tifereth. This adversary within, this accumulation of unpaid karma, this body of sin, this ever-present obstacle, this spirit of negation, this ever-menacing figure of the evil in our own natures, was called by the ancients the dweller on the threshold. So boom, he tells you right there what the dweller on the threshold is. So whether you're hearing it from Lovecraft, from Crowley, Dion Fortune, Gareth Knight, W.E. Butler, any of these occultists that are talking about the dweller on the threshold, Manly P. Hall just gave us an excellent explanation. That last sentence right there, that's your dweller on the threshold. When you're playing Mortal Kombat, the first one, and you're going up against all the fighters, and just before the last guy, you have to fight yourself again. When we say you're fighting yourself, you're actually, this is the point where you have to assimilate and neutralize the rejected parts of yourself, the shadow. Let me read it again. The adversary within. This adversary within. This accumulation of unpaid karma. Let it go. This body of sin. This ever-present obstacle. This spirit of negation. This ever-menacing figure of the evil in our own natures was called by the ancients the dweller on the threshold. Woo! So yeah, in the coaching that I'm going to be offering, it's a 4-week coaching program, and on the 3rd week we deal with this dweller on the threshold. Yes, there's an inner meditation that takes you directly to this entity, shines a big ass flashlight so you can see clearly your personal dweller on the threshold. Now I don't think everybody's ready for that, but if this dweller isn't met, you cannot go past him. You cannot go past him at all. When I did this meditation on myself a few weeks ago, I realized that there were still aspects of my shadow that were hiding in the shadows of the shadows. I never saw it before. And once I removed that obstacle, all my writer's block dissolved. Any kind of self-doubt dissolved. Powerful experience. When they say shadow work is never done, that doesn't necessarily, that's not like AA where, oh, once an alcoholic, forever an alcoholic. What it's saying is that when it comes to the shadow, it's called the shadow because it's unseen. It's the opposite of what you're looking at. So when you turn and look at your obvious shadow, like, okay, duh, you have a problem with, you know, this kind of people or this kind of experience, obviously. But once you deal with that, there's underlying and residual obstacles as well. When they say that shadow work is continuous, what that means is in the nooks and the crannies are still things that should be addressed if you want to operate at optimal efficiency. What I found for myself was that there was still a shadow of basically my father, right? And nothing against my father, but there was an aspect of myself that was preventing me from moving forward because I didn't feel that I was ready. I didn't feel that I was good enough to pass, that I kept putting myself under scrutiny to make certain things perfect. So I was literally preventing myself from moving forward because I was telling myself, I'm not ready to move forward. I'm not mature enough. I don't have this, that, or a third yet. But I didn't realize that I was doing that. It literally showed up in my life as writer's block. It showed up in my life as a blind spot where I couldn't see past. So that's what I'm saying. Like, there are certain things within ourselves that mask and disguise themselves. And if you don't know how to look at it from the right angle, you don't ever see it. Whew. Matthew Watson says, so that's why we have to transmute Papa Purusha before meeting Prana Shakti. You doggone right. Absolutely, that's why. Hey, Jake, I need my money. Jake, are you gonna jack me now? You gonna jack me for my own money? That's right. That's right. I want to go home. Jake, go ahead and bounce, homie. We got your back. Darth Vader to Luke Skywalker. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. All right, let's keep going because we got one chapter to go. Everyone has to face the dweller on the threshold at some point, hopefully sooner than later. Chapter 6, the passing of the dweller. Woo! Let's go. Maybe I should go back and watch Training Day and see if there's a metaphysical breakdown between Denzel and Jake. Hey, Jake! Jake! Come back here! Woo! Society Eject says, for all the people that get offended easy and thinks shadow work is not necessary, please stay for the last chapter. It doesn't take all that face ass. Pages 47 and 51 is definitely good. MC Maestro says, I had an idea for Training Day like that. I watched that whole movie for that one scene. In my mind, at least, Denzel freestyled the whole thing. That whole scene, he freestyled it. The whole thing came off the top. It wasn't even in the script. All right, chapter 6. Here we go. The passing of the dweller. The first great step in the ancient initiations was passing the terrifying monster that dwells on the borderline between the physical and the spiritual worlds. The children of light were told that they could never go forth into the distant lands or earn the wages of master builders until they faced with courage and resolution the invisible demon that dwelt ever with them and sought to awaken within themselves the subtle forces of which he was composed. Most people do not meet this fearful figure until at the time of death. The intelligence functions for a brief time on that borderland of life and death, so-called, which is its dwelling place. Oh my. There he crouches, the thing built by the sins of the flesh and the crimes committed in darkness, a specter of unearthly terror, the sum total of perversion, the aggregate of misused force and perverted talents. Have we ever stopped to think that the things we do unwisely will sometime confront us like accusing judges and bar our way to the light that we will someday recognize and seek to serve? Far back when man first sinned, this creature was born and cried out from the blood of the first of God's children that was slain. Hate and fear, jealousy and greed, passion and lust, thoughtlessness and crime. All these have fed it until today man carries with him an all-powerful thing reared and nursed by the worst that is in him. A beast-like demon, ever spurring him on to crime and perversion, ever tempting him through the medium of habit to sink back into the mire of degeneracy out of which he is crawling so painfully. This is the guardian of the threshold, We've never seen him, but every day we are fighting him, struggling to free ourselves from the coils of sin, which are his manifestations. Every time we master an unworthy trait of character and bathing in his blood, become immortal. For energy is the blood of the dweller, and he is built of the energy we have wasted or misused. Somebody before mentioned why we have to transmute Papa Purusha before we meet Prana Shakti. And notice how what he just said here was slaying that dragon and bathing in its blood. Notice that after we transmute Papa Purusha in the Tattvashuddhi meditation, we enter into the ocean of blood. The ocean of blood where we find Prana Shakti waiting for us. Interesting. MC Maestro says Koran's on. Exactly. Eggs Blackley. I am that I am, says Trav. Can you repeat that paragraph? The screen froze. For sure. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so this is the guardian of the threshold. We have never seen him, but every day we are fighting him, struggling to free ourselves from the coils of sin, which are his manifestations. Every time we master an unworthy trait of character, we are passing the dweller on our threshold. For we are divided from the world of spirit by our sins. And when we master our own mistakes by doing right where we did wrong before, sin becomes less of an obstacle. Finally, we are able to face this creature for the last time, and among the ethers of the higher world, struggle with the dragon of karma, until at last we vanquish him, and bathing in his blood, become immortal. For energy is the blood of the dweller, and he is built of the energy we have wasted or misused. Woo! Now, again, for those of you who studied this book here in depth and have done this meditation multiple times, like I literally do this meditation probably 4 times a week, maybe 5 times a week, for quite a while now, right? Over a year, maybe going on 2 years. For those of you who are familiar with Tattvashuddhi, you should be seeing some correspondences here, like what Matthew Watson mentioned there about dissolving Papa Purusha. It sounds like Papa Purusha is the representative of the dweller on the threshold, because after we finish with him and enter into the Hiranyagarbha, the golden egg, we find ourselves in an ocean of blood. And look what he says, for energy is the blood of the dweller, and he is built of the energy we have wasted or misused. Here we go. The dweller differs from the elementals and nature spirits in this respect. The latter are a separate creation in themselves. So nature spirits and elementals are a separate creation in themselves, floating about and living in the etheric essences. The guardian, however, is attached to man and never leaves him. It grows or diminishes with the sins of the individual of whom it forms a part. The guardian of the threshold is really the sin body of all creatures who have individual intelligence. Uh-oh. It's always disappointing, but there's a lot of people who pretend to be very, very, very good, but really they're very bad. Stop pretending. Get yourself right. Because it's going to hurt really bad if you don't. For those of you who are overachievers, somebody please research the term Kunda buffer. That's KUNDABUFFER. Look up Kunda buffer, and also look up what Gurdjieff had to say about the Kunda buffer. And also notice that I gave that recommendation after I read what Manly P. Hall called the sin body. We talked about the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, the mental body. Has anybody ever told you about your sin body? Somebody mentioned that in the last days, the Kundalini would flow in the opposite direction, going down out of the root chakra, causing people to act very strange. I'll let you research that on your own. The guardian of the threshold is really the sin body of all creatures who have individual intelligence. Although man is the only intelligent creature that we know, there are many others in nature. The planet Mars is the sin body of the solar god and is therefore his threshold guardian. Those of you who know about Kabbalah know what he's talking about, right? The burner of God, Kamael, Gibura. That's cool. I've never heard that before. The planet Mars is the sin body of the solar system. That's cool. His threshold guardian. But the deity has transmuted this power into the dynamo of the solar system. So he's actually transmuted that sin body, not into his punishment, but as his power. Like I said, the burner of God, Kamael. Those who would serve their God safely and join the company of the immortals must first master their own sins. The price of entrance into the temple is the conquest of our own lower natures, for we cannot both serve God and mammon. To force one part of the nature to develop spiritual powers, while another side of the nature is a servant to vice and material things, is to invite insanity and death. God dang. Woo. Therefore, before one takes the true path of discipleship, he must have a long talk with himself and see how many of the elements of his lower nature he is allowing to tie him to earth. That's important. Therefore, before one takes the true path of discipleship, he must have a long talk with himself and see how many of the elements of his lower nature he is allowing to tie him to earth. Then begins the great battle so often symbolized in the religious ceremonials of the ancients, which must result in the death of the lower nature, the dweller. From the ashes of the flaming conflict, the higher nature rises and becomes one with the spirit of light. Tawashuti. This is the mystery of the crucifixion and the inner meaning behind the third degree of the Masonic rite. On a smaller scale, it is played out in everyday life. But at last, it must be boldly faced and a decision made. The sins of the flesh. So long as any of the following traits are left in his nature, man has no right to seek first-hand knowledge on spiritual subjects. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. Now, don't get mad. Don't get offended. Just take it. See how it applies and see what you're going to do about it. So long as any of the following traits are left in his nature, man has what? No right to seek first-hand knowledge on spiritual subjects. Ooh. MC Maestro said, this is why the earth spoke on the Christian cross is longer than the rest. The lower nature is sacrificed. Yo, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. That's why, so when we think about the cross, it represents the 4 elements. The Christian cross, the bottom line represents the earth element, and it's longer than the other 3. MC Maestro said, this is why, because the lower nature is to be sacrificed. Woo! Alright, so long as any of the following traits are left in his nature, man has no right to seek first-hand knowledge on spiritual subjects. This does not mean that he should not study, but he must keep away from occult activities that will work upon his superphysical nature and organisms. All of the following vices build and strengthen the power of the dweller: hate, fear, greed, excitement, emotionalism, anger, sorrow, passion, lust, dishonesty, selfishness, egotism, dislikes, sulkiness, lying, pride, attachment, contention, argument, demands. Woo! So when you think about those qualities, like, please understand, like, I don't know if you've dealt with a lot of people, but there are some people who can't help those qualities. Like, they give in to them when they rise. It's people who, when they get mad, they get mad. They let that shit fester. It's people who are naturally selfish. It's people who just always want to fight, always want to argue, always want to contend. It's people who, that's their nature. It's their nature to do that. That's how their mind is hardwired. It's people who lie just because. Like, some people lie for a reason. It's people who lie for no reason. Like, lie for no reason. Like, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it myself. It's people who, and we see this all the time on social media, they get all caught up in sensationalism, getting excited by everything. Like, they have to have drama going on. They have to have something to talk about, complain about, and just keep circulating. Like, these people can't help those qualities that he just put there. They have to make it known to everyone and themselves, right? When he talks about mastering sin, you know, there are certain amounts of these things that can be reduced extremely, but not 100%. But along with being able to reduce those things is the ability to control those things. Lust, for example. You may not want to eliminate lust from your life completely, but do you have power over it? I remember being a high schooler. I didn't really have power. It just, when it came, it came. Couldn't stop it, couldn't control it, couldn't redirect it. I was victim to it. When we talk about mastery, we're talking about the ability to turn that on and off. I'm just saying. I want to make a distinction between people who can't control themselves and people who have a certain level of self-control where they have the choice not to behave in these ways. Do you have the choice to not lie? Do you have the choice to not be attached to things? Do you have the choice to not be angry? Let's continue. All students are subject to these feelings. That is to be expected, and there is no special disgrace in having them, for only the gods are without fault. Mayhap even they err sometimes. But until these problems have been honestly faced and worked out, no one has the cosmic right to dabble in those things which lie behind the veil that divides this world from the invisible. Don't get caught messing with Doth, lest you get slurped down the cosmic porta potty. If you still have those things inside of you, then you can't help them, and you can't turn them off. Wow. Lord. Straight Panther says, that's why you do shadow work before working with demons. Exactly, my friend. Exactly. Framestar Film says, learn not to cast stones and understand why you might want to cast them in the first place. Always seeking to understand why we're led and influenced to behave in the way that we do. I like this song. Sounds like some weird in-between dimension. You guys hear that? Oh boy. What kind of a universe would we live in if our gods were subject to the failings listed above? I wouldn't want to know. Sheesh. If the sun should be subject to fits of anger, or the masters begin to run things according to their own egotistic fancies, what would happen to us? If we aspire to positions of trust, we too must be as passionless, patient, and kind as the gods themselves. No one ever reached the state of mastership other than by passing the guardian of his lower nature and transmuting into his creative powers the sins which gave the dweller his power. This is what we call shadow work today. What he's talking about is what we call shadow. Like, shadow work is not something that just came up from social media. It has intrinsically been a part of the occult from day one, because everyone has to face this aspect of themselves, but it's hiding in the shadows. And you know what we do? We project this dweller onto other people. We project this entity on strangers, on groups that we don't agree with, right? Think about it. Don't even lie. Everybody, including you, is projecting this dweller onto some other person or some other group. You got some group that you hate, some group that you don't like. Oh, it's because of them that America's bad. It's because of them the world's falling apart. It's a political party. It's a social group. You're blaming a group of people who you don't even know. You don't know any of those folks. You might know one person from the group personally, and they to you represents the whole thing. But the negative feelings that you're projecting onto them is something that you're feeling inside that you refuse to deal with because it's more comfortable to project it onto another person. That's why I keep saying there are no enemies. When you die, you have to face that thing. And guess where you're going to find it? In you, not in them other folks. It ain't no going to war with nobody. Who you going to war with? Who you fighting? Anybody that you blame for ruining the world, you're projecting, you're externalizing something inside of you. Until you realize that, don't talk about no clip-off, no Kabbalah, no spirit. Like, don't even fix your lips to talk about nothing spiritual, as Manly P. Hall just said, because that will only bring disaster to you. That will only bring disaster to you. These higher forces don't give a damn about no social drama. They don't care about no religious groups, no racial groups, no gender groups. They don't care about none of that dumb shit. They don't care. That's not even important cosmically. It's barely important here. They don't get wrapped up in that stuff. So if you're wrapped up in that stuff, you're not in alignment with cosmic power. You're in alignment with ego and the worst parts of humanity, for sure. But hey, don't get mad at me. Get mad at the text. Get mad at somebody who studied and practiced this information for decades, who mastered it before you were even born. Get mad at him. Lance Benefield says these dwellers is those elementals that controls the astral form. So what he said a few paragraphs ago was the distinction between the elementals and the dweller on the threshold. He's saying that the dweller is actually something different from the elementals. The dweller is very personal, and you create it from the day you're born, and you first start doing what you consider is wrong, right? There's no universal good or evil. That simply doesn't exist. But as a child, you're taught right from wrong. The moment that you consciously decide to do something that's considered wrong in your head, that's the moment that you give birth to the dweller on the threshold. So for example, if your caregivers tell you that it's wrong to eat that red candy, if they tell you that that's wrong, right, that becomes your first evil. If you make the decision to go grab that red candy and eat it in secret and don't tell anybody, you just created the dweller on the threshold. Now, every time you continue to do something of that nature, you give more and more fuel to this entity that is yours. And this is how your shadow is born. It's not born the first time you get a spanking. It's not born the first time you get bullied. It's literally born the first time that Cain slays Abel in the Bible. That was the first, right, act of murder. It begins when Adam ate the fruit, right? The moment you consciously decide to go against what you've been taught is right is when the dweller of the threshold is created. Valis says, I'm reading Secret Teachings of All Ages right now. Awesome possum. Joe Public 001 says, you can't put all your trust on books by 33-degree Masons. Hey, speak for yourself. I can do what I want. Louis, peace. Joe Public says, Manly P. Hall, Alsta Crawley, and many others were controlled by the government to bring certain information. Alright. I'm going to assume you're new to this channel. Welcome. That's cool. The human race is part of an ecosystem that is also regulated by nature. It just so happens that what we call the government is part of that regulation. Hence the name government, to control the mind. Valis says, Travis, brother, what is that Adam, Yod Hava, and Yod Hava Sebath, Ayo? You know, how can we get that Gnostic Hebrew stream of energy to empower us to Jehovah levels? Sheesh. We'll go back and read page 47 and then ask if you're ready to ask that question. Straight Panther, thank you again. Straight Panther says, all new folks in the chat, please hit the like button, share and subscribe. Hit the like button. It's good for the algorithm. It's good for you. Indescribable G, peace. Indescribable G says, Trav, I'm currently reading Dream Yoga as a book I remember you mentioned. Awesome, awesome. Valis says, I'm asking, how do these God names relate to vital power? I'll have to come back to you on that. Joe Public says, so tell me why the weather is controlled by clouds to cover the sun, which is getting hotter and hotter. I don't think you're on the right channel, buddy. You know, a better question is why are you so invested in that? But yeah, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about stuff that matters. Now that might matter to you, but I don't think there's much you can do about that. I am that I am says, and the law of polarity reflects, nothing is all negative. The light and the darkness is in everything. That sounds fair and balanced. So let's get to the 3 steps. No one ever reached the state of mastership other than by passing the guardian of his lower nature and transmuting into creative powers the sins which gave the dweller his power. Oh my. The 3 steps. There are 3 distinct steps in the attainment of wisdom, and all growth must take place in accordance with these steps. If man really desires the boon of wisdom, he must be willing to accept it as the gods have seen fit to bestow it. The student must prepare himself for the influx of wisdom. This he does through right thought, right action, right attitude. Now this sounds a whole lot like what we heard in yoga. Once again, right thought, right action, right attitude. I'm pretty sure, gosh, I don't remember which book it was. But the good Swami talked about this. So let's get into right thought, right action, and right attitude. So, right thought. Right thought is the open mind, ready to consider all things. A humble mind, willing to receive the crumbs from the feasts of the wise. A charitable mind, condemning none but itself. A far-sighted mind, capable of seeing good in all things and ultimate good for all things. Beautiful. Right thought. These are rare qualities, by the way. Not because I said they're rare, but once again, take a step in any direction and you tell me how prevalent these qualities are. Thank you, Matthew Watson and MC Maestro. So this was in the passive pravriti and nivriti. Yes, yes, yes. So once again, right thought is the open mind, ready to consider all things. A humble mind, willing to receive the crumbs from the feasts of the wise. A charitable mind, condemning none but itself. A far-sighted mind, capable of seeing good in all things and the ultimate good for all things. Number 2, let's talk about right action. I like this a lot. Right action consists of proper care of the body, proper exercise, and a proper place in the great material battle of life. Man grows by contacting growing things. I see what it is now. It was me all along. Looks like it wasn't the CIA, guys. It was me all along. When I move the microphone, it jiggles the cord and thus unplugs the microphone. Now I see it. It wasn't the CIA. It was me all along. I think that's a good metaphor. How people often blame scapegoats, boogeymen, Illuminati, government, reptilians, aliens, whatever it is. As long as it ain't you, we blame it on something else. But ultimately, when you do the correct introspection, you'll see that it was all you. Always has been and always will be. They did it to us. It was Mercury retrograde. No, beautiful human being, you kept tapping the damn cord. Because here's the thing, how can you take accountability for your actions when you play the victim, when you blame some outside force that you have no interaction or control over. It was them, they did it. You can't fix the situation if they did it. You're powerless if they did it. And you don't have very much to say that's worthwhile if your root programming is that some external force has total control over your actions and your behavior. See, I thought the CIA was hijacking my live stream. Turns out I just kept knocking the cable. Lance Benefield says, so you're really the alien on Pluto, Trav. That's the message, I guess. I'm the alien that's on my way to Pluto. Society Eject says, are you sure the government is not making you say that? I have a Coca-Cola contract. That's your melanin. All right. Right thought, right action, and finally right attitude. This video is not sponsored by the CIA, Coca-Cola, or aliens from Pluto. Or the Freemasons. Wait, what did I say? Anyways, right attitude means that everything is undertaken in the spirit of love, truth, and a sincere, unselfish desire to assist in making the world a better place in which to live. Right attitude means cheerfulness, hopefulness, and cooperation with all that is seeking to grow. It means consideration for all, even when they disagree with us. Realizing that man must not work for man, but for God, and that each has his separate account. Do you see that right there? Like, I know the dude came in the chat and he's like, oh, you can't trust everything from a 33-degree Mason. But, like, here's the thing. Like, I know a lot of people get hung up on the speaker and therefore miss the message. You could not know who wrote this information and it would still be impactful and relevant. Those last three things right there, right thought, right action, right attitude, it don't matter who said it. If Adolf Hitler said this, it would still be true and relevant, useful and appropriate. And another thing, when you start doing spiritual work, like real spiritual work, what happens is that these qualities begin to manifest in you anyway. You don't have to read this book. These qualities begin to manifest in you anyway, because the closer you get to becoming in alignment with truth, these qualities naturally manifest. I'm just saying. There's nobody to fake for or impress when you take these three steps. Right thought, being on, having an open mind to reality and not being limited, constrained to previous beliefs or to popular opinion, but just knowing right from wrong. Right action, performing right from wrong, taking care of yourself, respecting other people, right? Right attitude, understanding that you're not out here working or serving other people, you're working for God, or you're working for your highest concept of consciousness, because all people are under dominion of that higher concept of consciousness. All people are connected to that concept of higher consciousness. What they say in Tantra and Yoga is that you should do everything as if you're doing it to Shiva or Vishnu or whatever your highest concept of consciousness is. if you behave in that way. Even Christianity says that. And I'm willing to wager all spiritual systems say something extremely similar. Artemis in theory. Peace. Having prepared himself for the coming of wisdom by cleansing his body, broadening his mind, and opening his heart, he must then apply himself to the task of digesting the knowledge that comes to him. The arrangement of facts so that they will be of practical use to the world is no small task. Much that we hear from occultists is of no value in solving everyday problems. Ooh, check that out, right? That's another thing. Like, there's very few occultists that are able to give you useful information that is also of a spiritual nature. It's either too much that doesn't connect with reality, or it's too much based in the material world and ego and social stuff and not very spiritual. It's like one or the other. Most of these people that you go out and read or listen to telling you information that you can't use, or it's more real, it's more everyday life stuff with a spiritual spin on it. MC Maestro said, "Become a living God was good when I didn't have to pay bills." Exactly. Exactly. Entertainment. We gotta. No, we don't. No, we don't. We ain't gotta do nothing. Much of what we hear from occultists is of no value in solving everyday problems. So the next time you hear about a fancy technique, ask yourself, or ask the speaker, is this something that I can use in solving an everyday problem? Unless, of course, it's obviously not, and it's not promoted as such, right? Something like this definitely impacts everyday situations at a deep level. And those of you who have done this can attest to that. While technical knowledge is necessary to a teacher, it must be presented in a way that will serve. Otherwise, it might as well remain unsaid. The second step is the actual coming of wisdom itself, and this in turn prepares the way for the third stage. Having prepared for and received the light, the third stage is that of using knowledge in the best and most convincing way. This is no child's play. It requires the wisdom and understanding of the gods themselves. People take the spiritual sciences too lightly. They do not realize that the enlightened ones are picked from the very cream of the earth. The brightest minds, the most beautiful souls, and the greatest successes are the ones chosen to serve with the band of spiritual ones. Modern occultism is filled with failures who were never of any value to themselves or to anyone else. Yikes. Modern occultism is filled with failures who were never of any value to themselves or to anyone else. If these scatterbrains think for a moment they're going to be lifted up in a few short months or years, they are very much mistaken. The masters use only the worthy ones. Sheesh. Yikes. Anna says, Manly P. Hall gonna hurt some feelings now. Man, I'm looking at all your favorite spiritual influencers. I'm looking at them. Manly P. Hall talking about him. Uh-oh. Sheesh. The masters use only the worthy ones. What are we, or what can we do that makes us worthy to ask for spiritual assistance in the employment office of God? What are our references? What letters of recommendation do we bring from our last employer, our friends, our world? The following case illustrates what the guardian of the threshold means. Here we go. Miss X, an elderly lady, is such a gossip that she is without a friend on earth. Damn. She gossips and talks shit so much about everybody that people have learned not to be her friend. Because she ends up talking about everybody. No one dares to speak in her presence. She has been married twice, but both homes have been broken up. She blames others, but all who know her realize that she is the one responsible. She has an ungodly temper, a sour disposition, and a body filled with acidity due to improper food combinations. She spends most of her time regretting unfortunate conditions of years ago, feeling that the world is against her. Number one, this sounds like somebody I used to know. And number two, doesn't this sound like the example of Mary in the Green Book, Anna Molly? She will not believe that she is selfish, and she spends all her time telling what she knows. She expects everyone to agree with her and calls them fools when they do not. One minute she wants to embrace, and the next she wants to kill those near her. She prays and meditates daily and asks for spiritual enlightenment. She sees visions and believes that the creations of her mind are true, which is quite impossible. She is just one of countless thousands who expect illumination as their birthright and spirituality as a legacy. They do not realize that the masters must have people who can do things. This lady could not earn $5 a week from the material world. Dang, Manly P. Hall is going in. This lady could not earn $5 a week in the material world, for she is a liability wherever she is. But she believes that she is valuable enough to God for him to send one of his masters to teach her against her own will the things she would not understand. Those who want illumination are many, but few are worth the effort nature must make in order to change their lives and produce something useful. I met this woman. I lived with this woman. I met this woman. All this right here is true. All this right here is a real person. MC Maestro MC Maestro says Hall was roasting somebody you knew personally. You know what? I think all of us occultists have to spend time with this woman. We have to. We have to. Yo, Maestro, who wrote the Green Book? What's his last name? Holy shit. I love it. Is it a coincidence on both book reads that they use the same example of this woman? Interesting. Interesting. That's really cool. Probably not true, but it's fun to think about. He's going in on this woman. Yeah, it could also be a thought form. Oh my. All right. I like that line right there. Let me highlight it. Those who want illumination are many, but few are worth the effort that nature must make in order to change their lives and produce something useful. An analysis of this lady shows that she has the following faults. Number 1, she is an incurable egotist. Number 2, she is a pessimist. Number 3, she has a violent temper. The temper poisons her blood. Number 4, she's selfish. The masters are the opposite, altruistic. Number 5, she is emotional. She wastes energy, which is a crime. Emotional people waste energy. 6, she has a neglected body. God will not dwell in a temple that is not kept clean and free of disease. What's kind of funny, I think, is that people who are like her don't think that they're like her. It's probably somebody that heard all that and is exactly like this and is saying to themselves, that ain't me. You talk about somebody else. Sheesh. Framestar Film says, clean your cup and your dishes if you're to be seated at the table of the gods, and don't always expect to eat. Amen to that. These 6 faults comprise the dweller on her threshold. Yo, she's totally possessed by the dweller on the threshold. That sucks. She's totally possessed by the dweller on the threshold. These 6 faults comprise the dweller on her threshold. They stand between her and all the beautiful things she wants to be. God will not remove these things from her, but will give her the things she longs for when she proves her worth by mastering her own nature and awakening to her mistakes. God makes a pact with man. If man will prepare the temple of his own life, the Father will take up his dwelling in it and be the light of that temple. Let us ask nothing of God until we have done our part. Let us not try to gain spirituality until we have built our tabernacle according to the law given to the children in the days when the earth was young. Wow. And to conclude this read, let's talk about the Sphinx. Thank you, Society Ejects. Thank you for that donation. I didn't say thank you before. I didn't see it till just now. Thank you. The Sphinx. Who has fathomed the mystery of that expressionless face gazing out into the desert towards the place of the rising sun? That creature with the body of an animal is the sin body of man, the guardian of the threshold. And, like the true constitution of man, it is unknown to the majority of people. Before the candidate can go forward in the spiritual work that he was ordained to do, he must wrest the secret of sin from the silent watcher. By concentration and consecration, he must correct and master one after another of his own vices until he can offer to the service of the masters a life without a blemish. Then he will be accepted. But few there are who want a life without blemish. All want power. But how few can take the sword of quick detachment and plunge it through the heart of that leering specter, their own lower nature, the dweller on the threshold. There you have it, folks. There you have it. So, right where we split that book, the first 3 chapters and the last 3 chapters, I saw somewhat of a distinction. The first 3 chapters were very much a wonderful description of the elementals and their influence and their presence in the etheric plane and their relationship on the mind of man and the behaviors of man. The second half of the chapter got a bit more intimate, and we began talking about the other citizens of the world of force, dealing with ghosts and specters, the different bodies of human beings, right? Astral body, etheric body, mental body. And then moving up to this dweller on the threshold. Now, there's a lot of implications here. What Manly P. Hall is describing is the ecosystem, right? Because I've mentioned ecosystem plenty of times tonight. He's describing the ecosystem of the spiritual world. Now, we talk about the spiritual world of this as one place, but in truth, the spiritual world is layered, a multi-layered experience. And because it's so foreign to our conscious mind, we group it all and lump it together as one thing. Truth of the matter is, just like we've got this physical plane, we've got at least 4 layers above it. Now you can look at Tantra, Samkhya, Yoga, and use that diagram of the Tattvas, and or you can look at the Kabbalah and notice the diagram of the Tree of Life. And you're going to notice a distinction. At the very bottom is the plane of Earth, the material plane that we operate by externalizing our awareness into our sensory organs. Now, to most people, that is the real world, and that's the only world. But just like you can take your hand out of a glove, you can withdraw your conscious awareness out of those 5 senses into those higher planes. The next one being the imagination, the etheric plane. And it is the imagination that is the gateway to the astral plane. Now, the etheric plane is, or the imagination, is a part of the physical plane, because you can only imagine what you've already experienced with your 5 senses. And it's expected that you get pretty good with that, right? I can close my eyes and I can feel things on my body. I can smell things. I can see things, taste, right? Are you able to taste something in your imagination? And there's a plane above that that deals with experiences that you have not had. This is the astral plane. It's withdrawing your conscious awareness even more from the senses into a world further away from the world of form, closer to the world of pure force. Now, in understanding this diagram of these different layers of reality, there are, just like you can withdraw your consciousness from the glove of the physical body, you can withdraw your consciousness from the glove of the etheric body, astral body, mental body. Now, when the physical body is finished with its work and it dies, consciousness permanently removes itself from that glove, and the glove is left in the ground or wherever it is until it deteriorates completely back into the particles that will create something else, whether it's the food of maggots and flies and bugs, whether it's fertilizer, food for some other creature. It's going to become something else. And in the same way that that physical body becomes populated with tiny organisms that consume it, when your consciousness is withdrawn from that etheric body, other organisms, they call them larvae, right? Or elementals, begin to populate that etheric body. This is where we get these ghosts from. This is where we get specters and people talking about, oh, well, I contacted this god and that goddess. More than likely, you've contacted or even a deceased person that I understood in the past visited me, or whatever. Ancestors. There's a high probability that these are shells that have been discarded and now animated by other forces. The same way that a piece of seaweed is animated by the force of the water moving around it, many of these discarded etheric bodies are moved around by cosmic forces. And the same thing happens as we go up these different layers. Now the difference is, the higher up the layers you go, you get to a higher quality of being. Elementals and larvae and maggots and worms exist on the physical plane and the etheric plane. As you go up higher, there aren't entities like that. As a matter of fact, the next entity that you face like that exists at the barrier. Now, if you're dealing with the Kabbalah diagram, the barrier is Doth. At this barrier waits a conglomeration of all of the negative aspects of yourself. Not judged by God, judged by you. The minute you steal the cookie from the cookie jar for the first time, the first lie that you tell, the first time you cheat on a test or a video game, the first time you download some software that you didn't pay for and you know you didn't, all these little things add up, and you take that feeling that you get, that little feeling of guilt. At first you feel really guilty, and sometimes as a kid you even tell on yourself, but eventually you stop feeling guilty. You still feel guilty, but it doesn't affect you anymore. So you take that and you put it away into the shadow. You're not throwing it away, you're just sweeping it under a rug. Now, the same way that you discard your physical body and your etheric body once you pass, you're gonna have to discard that rug before you can cross over and go to the infinite conscious awareness. You're not getting past it. You're not getting past it. In the realm of yoga and tantra, this level is signified by the infinite vibration of Aum. Nothing's going to cross that barrier unless it exists outside of time and space. All of your sin, your sin body, your dweller on the threshold, does not exist outside of time and space. It's created by your ego. And if you cannot transcend it, you cannot transcend time and space. So everybody's going to have to face this aspect of themselves. The best advice is to face it now, today. Start dealing with it. Start lifting up that rug, pulling out what you swept under there, and allocate it into its proper place. Neutralize it. If you feel guilty, you need to neutralize that. Whatever's making you feel guilty, you got to deal with that, because guilt is useless. It's not something that can help you. It just compounds and continues to hurt. We're dealing with beliefs and definitions here. Like, there's nothing to be guilty about because there's no inherent good or evil, but you're telling yourself a story to make yourself feel guilty. You're literally doing this to yourself. As you tell yourself this story to make yourself feel guilty, it's like you're squeezing, it's like you're an animal and you're milking yourself, right? You're milking that guilty juice into a pan and feeding that dweller on the threshold. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You can literally rewrite the story. Of course, it's easier said than done, but it's best to start trying to figure out today what you can do, as opposed to just pretending like none of this is going to affect you. So yeah, this was a really good book. I like it. Alright, so like I said, look, I just worked really hard working on my first book. But this isn't just about, oh, I wrote a book, go buy it. I want you to get the book. But understand that this book is about the one main primary thing that blocks us from manifesting the life that we desire. We're experts at manifestation. We do it all the time. We are incarnated into this world knowing how to manifest. We're masters of manifestation, but we are not masters of our thoughts. That's the problem. So we continue to have these negative thoughts, making ourselves feel guilty, making ourselves feel worthless and inferior, etc., etc. These are given to us from other people. It isn't until we overcome that. Because here's the thing, you are constantly manifesting, but when it comes to the things that you actually want in life, your resistance and the beliefs that go against what you're trying to manifest puts a delay and a hindrance on these things. So the minute you start to deal with and neutralize your negative thought process is the minute that you begin to have a better life. Number one, you start to feel better and you put yourself in a better state, which means that now you can behave better. As I have said before, there's a certain diagram here, right? And this is a hierarchy of how we operate. And the higher levels control the lower levels. Your beliefs and your values, what you believe and what you value, has a direct impact on your behavior. You cannot behave outside of what you believe. You simply can't behave outside of what you believe. Now, your beliefs affect your behaviors, and your behaviors is what creates your environment, what creates your results. So if your environment and your results are messed up, it's due to your messed up behaviors. And in order to fix behaviors, you've got to fix your beliefs. And in order to fix your beliefs, guess what? You need to analyze your identity. Who is it that you tell yourself that you are on a regular basis? And I'm not talking about no feel-good affirmations. Who is it that you really say you are when no one's looking? So yeah, the book that I'm releasing tomorrow, just come to my YouTube channel. I'm going to do a video when I go live. Tune in. It will be available. I'm going to provide the link there. Get the book and give me some feedback on it. I want to know what you guys think. Let me know if these 7 steps are practical. Let me know if this is something that you can do for yourself. Let me know if it helps. Let me know if it makes sense. But yeah, that's going to be released tomorrow. I'm excited about it. I'm probably not going to get any sleep because it's like, whoa, this is my first book and I'm putting it in front of other people's eyes. I don't know what they're going to think or say about it, but I do have a lot of confidence in what I wrote. I do believe that what I wrote can certainly help you if you apply it, for sure. And to further assist the information, I've also created a training on each one of those 7 steps. Did a whole video training on the book. Each one of the 7 steps are broken down in detail so you know how to apply it to your life, so you can't miss it, right? As a bonus, we also did an audio book. So if you don't have time to sit down and read it, guess what? You can listen to it in your car, listen to it while you're working out. You can listen to it when you're washing dishes and doing laundry, because I want you to get this information, right? So we got the book, we got the audio book, we got the training. If you do get the training, the audio book is included, as well as some other bonus material, because this really is about manifestation and removing negative thoughts. So I know a lot of people try to manifest a special person, and they try to manifest finances, and they try to manifest this other stuff. So I got some other bonuses that can help with those things as well. But primarily, I want you to get the book. Now, for those of you who have the energy to really put this into action, I'm also going to be offering hands-on, one-on-one training where I walk you through the process. We go straight into your beliefs of what you feel like is holding you back, what you feel like is preventing you from manifesting what it is that you want. And we're going to use some special techniques to really get into the unconscious and uncover some of these hidden blockages, right? It's a 4-week process. I got 4 meetings that we'll have over Zoom. I'll walk you through the whole thing. We're going to deal with what it is that you believe is stopping you, and we're going to obliterate those things. We're going to erase those things. So imagine what you will be like in 30 days from now, when whatever obstacle you have emotionally and mentally that's holding you back, when that obstacle is gone, what are you going to do? What are you going to create? What are you going to finally step up and do? You might have a business that you're trying to do. You might be wanting to do social media. You might want to, I don't know, finally go to the gym and start working out. There's a lot of stuff that you really, really want to do and have wanted to do for a long time, but something's stopping you. And it's racking your brain because it's not logical. There's something emotional. And see, that's what happened with me. I couldn't understand why I couldn't continue doing what I wanted to do. There was something blocking me and it didn't make sense, right? I study NLP. I study psychology. I study magic. Like, I should know, right? So I had to figure it out myself. I had to go inside my own unconscious mind and start tinkering around and uncovering blockages. And what I found was hiding in plain sight. There was an aspect, a portion of my consciousness right behind my eyes telling me, nope, you're not ready. No, you can't do it. Nah. And blocking me every step of the way. I couldn't blame Mercury retrograde. I couldn't blame the Illuminati. I couldn't blame nobody. So once I faced this dweller on the threshold, this aspect of myself that was constantly judging me and stopping me from going as far as I wanted to go, once I faced that aspect of myself, when those blockages removed from my presence, I became as creative as I wanted. And the information just started coming, just started flowing, and I was able to use it and utilize it. So, tune in tomorrow, go into more detail on that if this is something you're interested in. I've only got about 20 spots available for this coaching. So, like I said, if this is something you want to do, make sure you're serious about it because it's limited. Last year I did like 400 one-on-one sessions throughout the year, and that was great. I learned a whole lot, but golly, that was a lot of energy. I'm definitely not doing that again. So I'm only taking on about 20 people this time. Whew. It was a lot of fun. And I learned a lot, but yeah. All right, so stay tuned. And like I said, let me know what you think. I hope you guys enjoyed the book. I certainly enjoyed it. This is the end of the broadcast. We had a lot of fun. I appreciate y'all sticking around the whole time because like we have the same number of people as when we started. Even right now, like nobody tuned out when the microphone stopped working. Bless you. Bless you. You all are wonderful. You all are wonderful. I'm grateful to have you. Like I said, most people are just out here trying to be entertained. Very few people are trying to get the real information. So, all right, that's that. Heading out. Heading out. MC Maestro, you are correct on that. All right, everybody. Again, thank you for being here. I appreciate you, and I hope that this was of solid value. And we're gonna do it again. That's the thing. The next book is, of course, I'll let you know. But the next book is The Sacred Magic of the Kabbalah. The Sacred Magic of the Kabbalah. This is the next book. So get ready, get ready, get ready. Same author, Manly P. Hall. Now we're going into numbers and we're going into the spheres. It should be familiar territory with an added twist. All right? More than likely that'll be next Saturday. And I predict that by next Saturday, 100 people will have read my book and you guys will be able to give me some solid feedback. And if I need to rewrite anything, I'll be able to do it. All right. So that's that. Once again, that's that. For real though. Peace out. Thank you guys for coming. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.